Hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Days and welcome to Wrestling Days Live. We are live for WWE Raw and hopefully the audio is drastically improved. We are actually using the brand new microphone. I've messed around with the settings as well. From what I could hear, it sounded quite clear, certainly sounded louder. And we seem to be in a better place, although there's always the risk that I'm talking and you can't hear me at all. But no, I'm feeling pretty good about it. So hopefully that's coming across nice and clear. Hopefully, not only can you see my beautiful face, but you can hear the delicate tones of my voice once more. I'm sure there's going to be singing at some point. There normally is. This is going to really enhance that experience. I'm expecting to lose, I would say, a good few thousand subscribers from this one stream alone now that the audio has improved. I should imagine there's going to be quite a few people going, that's what he sounds like. Oh my God. Oh. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. I hope you are well around the world. I hope that you are having a good day and ready for Christmas that is getting ever closer. As I'm sitting here in the UK, it is the 22nd, and that means we are just 3 days away from the big day itself. As we said, we will be streaming on Christmas Day. Obviously, there is SmackDown that's going to be pre-recorded. I do expect those results to be spoiled. I do expect spoilers to be out there. I think there was rumors there could even be a little crowd. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to know what's going to be happening, but we're going to get a cage match between Kevin Owens and Roman Reigns. Not tonight, for Friday. We're also getting that Intercontinental Championship match. So we know we've got that as well. So they are really stacking SmackDown this week, which is cool. I suppose they've got to, in a way, because everyone's going to be with their... Well, I say everyone's going to be with their families. They're certainly not here in the UK. But hopefully you will be with your families wherever you are. So, yeah, it looks like they're trying to stack the show, though, because I think they know they're probably competing against the Home Alone trilogy. So they're trying to make sure that you still tune in. But we will be here on Friday doing the normal watch-along. And, I hope everyone is well. I'm excited for Raw tonight, says Austin316. I am also looking forward to Raw tonight. It should be a good show. I do have the preview for tonight. So we've got... Hang on, let's get this set up. We've got Drew McIntyre, Sheamus, and Keith Lee taking on AJ Styles, Miz, and Morrison in a street fight. So we've got that coming up. We've got the Hardy... Well, I don't know if they're in a match, but it says Hardy Bros against Hurt Business. I think it's something like Hardy Bros look to settle business. I mean, I'm guessing it's a match. It might be some sort of promo, but I'm guessing it's a match. Charlotte and Asuka are apparently going to be kicking off the show. It's going to be quite interesting as to what's going to happen with Lana. I don't know if Lana's still injured. I'm guessing she is. So she might not be around, or she could come out. I don't know. So kind of interested to see how Lana fits into this picture. I did like what Austin316 was saying, and that was we're sure to see a breakup between Charlotte and Asuka, and potentially, is this WrestleMania? Are we looking at one of our first confirmed Mania matches in the sense of Charlotte versus Asuka? They obviously faced each other at WrestleMania 34. That was the end of Asuka's streak. Charlotte winning that. A rematch at WrestleMania 37 would be sweet. And obviously, Charlotte didn't really do much around the title picture. She was involved with the NXT Women's title. So bringing them back around the Raw Women's Championship would make a lot of sense. So one to keep an eye on. Quite interested in that. They're sure to face off at some point. But will it be at WrestleMania? We're also apparently going to get a promo from Randy Orton. So that should be interesting as well. So, yeah, a few bits. I mean, it doesn't on paper look like the most incredible show. But there's enough there to make me feel confident that it should be better than what we got last week. Plus, also, last week was a go-home show. This is obviously coming out of TLC. We are building now towards the Royal Rumble. Royal Rumble is the next pay-per-view, but, of course, it is many, many, many weeks away. We know that it's dropping on January 31st, so we've got a long build. But it is Rumble next. Doesn't really matter. It is Rumble next. So, yeah, I don't know how they're going to start a few little storylines or what they're going to do, but looking forward to finding out. Austin says, I can't wait for the Randy segment. Scottish Man says, Drew is the best. Wrestling Days fan says, Raw looks good. Jim Gore says, happy Monday. I hope everyone is well. Ontario is going into another lockdown, starting on Boxing Day. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That sucks. I mean, it's sort of, I feel like they're necessary evils, like I understand them. The UK keeps going in and out of them. We had 2 officially, and London is sort of in a third now. And we've got a lot of countries that don't want anything to do with us, which, you know, fair enough. You can understand that. So, yeah, we've kind of had 2.5 lockdowns over here. So definitely feel your pain. But I suppose in a way you're not going into it until after Christmas. I know it's the day after, but what if you go and see family on Christmas Day and you stay over the night and then it's lockdown the next day? Like, are you allowed to go home? How does that work? I hadn't heard that news. Jey Uso is going to win the Rumble and turn on Roman. I can see it happening days, says Mark Bowering. I don't know, dude. I mean, that's a big, big match for Mania, and I'm not sure that they would do Roman Jey. I was saying that there's so many matches at Mania. The big title matches don't matter as much. I might regret saying that, but I'm just thinking back, like Drew versus Brock and Goldberg versus Braun. They weren't really like the be-all and end-all at WrestleMania 36, were they? Those weren't the matches that everyone was like most looking forward to. Obviously, you had the Boneyard, and we didn't know what the Firefly Funhouse match was going to be. There was some other intriguing matches on that card as well. Of course, it was at the Performance Center. It was across 2 days for the first time. I just didn't think that the championship matches were the main drivers for WrestleMania this year. And the same might be true of WrestleMania next year. So, you know, you might be able to do a Jey versus Roman, but that's a massive come down from the Roman versus Rock match that everyone wanted. So, I don't know. I wouldn't go that way personally. I've been quite clear in what I would do with it. I would do Drew versus Roman. Just have one champion, unify the titles, big match. What a match that would be. Absolutely huge. So I love their Survivor Series match. And this one with like some big stakes on the line. With like Drew winning this time, I think would be really cool. So yeah, I would rather go that way. Zachary says, with the current storyline, maybe Roman with Kevin was winning the Royal Rumble. Love that match. It got some really good reviews. I was listening to Wrestling Observer talk about TLC, and they were saying that they were into the match. They liked the action. They said that the fake crowd noises seemed to fit better than they have before. But they liked the action, but their kind of overriding criticism, if you will, I totally understand. And for me, I agree with, this is what stops it being the match of the year for me. I think it's still a contender, but I don't think it is the absolute match of the year. I would still be giving that to AJ versus Daniel Bryan. But the big criticism is that Kevin Owens had to basically fight 2-on-1 for so long. It's not as if Jey Uso was in there for just a couple of minutes at the end. It was a case that he was having to fight 2-on-1 for 20-odd minutes, like the majority of the match. And no one came down to help Kevin Owens. And he didn't have anything planned or anyone that could support him, and he just had to kind of deal with it on his own. Now, I do think they could turn that into a story going forward. The fact that, you know, he thought that Roman was a man of honor and that Jay would be, you know, not involved or, like, you know, something along those lines. But yeah, that's kind of the niggly thing, is the fact that it's such a good match, and it deserves to be spoken about in, like, match of the year, even if it's not given that honor. It deserves a mention. But I do agree with them that is the overriding criticism, is that it might as well have just been a handicap match. It might as well have just been Roman versus Jay versus, or Roman and Jay versus Kevin Owens, because that's pretty much the match we got. But yeah, still great. Really enjoyed it. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing that story continue. I think it's one of the most compelling things in WWE at the moment. Alex says, rest in peace, Kevin Green, 58, and Marilyn Meltzer, 91, which was Dave Meltzer's mother. Dave made an article just about an hour ago. Oh, that's sad news. I didn't hear that. I did hear about Kevin Green, and I must admit he's not someone that I'm familiar with. I think he was like an American football player that had a couple of very short stints with WCW, which wasn't a promotion that I was really watching. In fact, it wasn't a promotion that I was watching, but I have gone back and watched a lot of it since the network came along. But yeah, he's still not someone that I'm familiar with. So, but either way, you know, it's a shame to see someone, I think it was like 56, you said. So, yeah, lost. And I hadn't heard about Dave Meltzer's mom, so that's, you know, awful news as well. So definitely thoughts go out to him. Callum Moore, shout out to you, sir. Roblox says, who do you think is going to win the 2021 Royal Rumble? Well, the rumours for so long have been Edge that it's hard to say anyone else other than Edge. So I feel that Edge will come back and, you know, get the job done, and then we get Edge Orton. I mean, that's been spoken about for so long. I mean, we could be at the point where the title, I don't know how we're going to do that. I mean, I feel that Orton is going to get it off Drew at some point, but maybe it's going to be like Elimination Chamber or something along those lines. I'm only saying that. I don't even know if that's what I would book, but I'm only saying that because that's been the rumor for so long. So, yeah, Edge, Orton. Edge wins Rumble. Orton gets the belt off Drew just before Mania. And that's how we end up with that match. And Edge becomes champion in a feel-good moment. So, I don't know if that's what I would book. As I said, I think you can do Edge Orton without the title. But that's been the rumor for so long. And then when it comes to women, you've probably got to look at someone like Becky.
Is a legend.
To be honest,
they donated $4.99 via a super chat. Days, what is your underrated match of the year? Mine is Seth versus Drew at Money in the Bank.
It's really difficult to answer that one, if I'm being honest, because I don't know what you would class as underrated. I mean, like, there's loads of matches that I love and appreciate, but I don't know if you'd call them underrated. The one that I think gets forgotten about a lot, and I'm sure it was 2020, I'm sure it was like right at the start of the year, is Tyler Bate against Jordan Devlin. Tyler Bate, Jordan Devlin, NXT UK TakeOver. The match is stunning to the point where it could be match of the year, but it's one of those matches that took place so long ago on one of the smallest shows that they have. I mean, really, NXT UK is, you know, I think the smallest show that has its own pay-per-views. I know there's 205 Live, but they don't have pay-per-views. And Main Event and Superstars, whatever, I don't even know if both of them still go. Main Event does. They don't have pay-per-views, of course. That's just main roster. But, yeah, NXT UK with a takeover. Tyler Bate, Jordan Devlin. Stunning match. So I don't, but it's not underrated.
Hayden Garrett
People
is a
that
legend.
saw it loved it.
They donated
but I think it's just forgotten about.
$2 via a super chat. Haydays will be in WWE ThunderDome for Raw.
Hello, Hayden. Shout out to you, buddy. Have fun. I know you enjoy going into that Thunderdome. So have fun whilst you're in there. It's a good shout as well, Joaquin. Seth versus Drew, Money in the Bank was a good match also. I actually think Seth versus Ray, the eye for an eye match, I remember watching that and being really impressed. Really impressed with the actual match. It had a really good pace. They were doing some spots that, okay, they went a little far, maybe a few times, but it was... if you take the ending away of the fact that someone has their eye poked out, which, I mean, straight away people can go, well, that's just stupid. That ruins the match, right? And I get it. I totally understand. Trust me. I totally understand, right? Forget that bit. But just look at the match. Look at the action. Look at what led up to the finish. It's a good match. It's a good match. I really enjoyed it. Ray versus Seth. And they actually... when it comes to the ending, I thought the way they did it was more subtle than what I was expecting. I remember being impressed with that as well. At the time, I did not spot any eyes popping out, right? It's only when the images started coming through on Twitter where people have, like, super zoomed in. Or there might be, like, a frame where, you can just see a little something. I mean, it's a fake eye, isn't it, that's been painted. It's like a ping pong ball. But you just see a little something where he's got it in his hand. And I didn't spot it at the time. So for me, it was done quite subtle. And I mean, originally it was CGI and all of this. Like, honestly, I was expecting it to be dangling down here. Like, super obvious. Like, and I really didn't want anything like that. So, yeah, I thought the way that it was done was okay. It depends where you are. It depends what you're willing to accept. And, of course, everyone is different on that scale. So, but the match itself, take the ending away, I thought the match itself was very good. Even, like, this is going to sound really weird, right? I didn't love it, but it far exceeded my expectations, right? Tamina versus Bayley. I can't remember when they faced each other, but do you remember they were, like, building Tamina up as this monster? And she ended up facing Bayley. I was expecting that match to be an absolute car crash, and it was fine. It was fine. So it's not a match that I'm saying, oh, guys, stop what you're doing. Put the match on. It's a match of the year contender. No, let's be crystal clear, right? I'm telling you that it's a fine match. It's perfectly acceptable. You can watch it, and you'll get something from it. You'll be like, yeah, it's all right, right? But that is so much improved from what I was expecting that it deserves a mention. I was expecting a car crash, potentially one of the worst matches of the year, and it was fine. And it was fine. So, I don't know, yeah. It's hard to know what you would gauge as an underrated match, if you know what I mean. Scott Starr, shout out to you, says, thoughts on Bray, and will we get Toy Hunt soon? I don't know why I've read that out, because she'll read that out. I'll answer it as soon as she's read it. Rowan, Days, how are you? And if you were to make a match, what would it be?
Scott Starr
good,
is a legend.
You,
they donated £2 via a super chat.
On the go
Thoughts on Bray, and we'll get Toy Hunts soon.
So, if I was to make a match, what would it be? I watched after TLC, I watched the Keith Lee documentary. I hadn't seen it before. Keith Lee's 24 documentary, which I think came out a couple of weeks ago. It came out kind of quiet. They might have mentioned it on a Raw, but it's one of those that you wouldn't necessarily race over to the network to watch. And it's just kind of sat there, and I've never got around to seeing it. They actually played it straight after TLC, so if you just kept, the live thing running on the network, it showed you the Keith Lee thing. Oh,
Vic is a
right?
legend.
It's
they
so
donated
good.
$2 via a super
it's
chat.
So good.
Not a legend is a legend. Not a legend is a legend.
Not a legend is a legend. Shout out to you, Vape Ross Vape. Yeah, it's so good, that Keith Lee thing, that I honestly ended watching it going, why have we not pushed this guy to the moon? Like, I know that we're doing stuff with him. I know that we will get somewhere with him. But you watch that and you go, I can't believe... I mean, like, the guy got turned down by WWE 3 times, was sleeping in his car, like, got, like, all this crazy indie footage, and your appreciation of him just goes through the roof, man. So Keith Lee, I'm so hot on Keith Lee at the moment. I really want them to do something. There's great backstage footage where he's talking with Vince. And Vince is firing him up. He's like, look at you. Look at what I've got here. I want you to, like, bring that out and dominate. And he's, like, you know, being really animated. And they speak to Keith Lee after. And Keith Lee's, like, all fired up. Vince has got him all fired up. And he's like, he wants me to dominate. So I'm going to effing dominate. And he's, like, all pumped and everything. And I'm watching it and going, yeah, I'm pumped as well. Come on, let's dominate. So I'm really into Keith Lee. So if I was to book a match, I would be looking at doing something big with Keith Lee, really establishing him and getting that message out there. Because we kind of did it at the start with Keith Lee, Randy Orton. Like, wow, this guy can hang. And didn't he get a clean win over Orton at the pay-per-view? And we were like, and then nothing happened. They didn't follow up on it. He's just kind of been like, do you know what I mean? Move to the side. You're not quite the story that we're telling at the moment. Well, why? Why aren't you? So, yeah, right now, just because I saw that documentary, I would do like, do you know what you could do? Keith Lee versus T-Bar, right? Because Keith Lee, Dominik Dijakovic had killer matches in NXT. And this documentary shows that they had killer matches on the indie scene. They know each other super well. You could put them two in a ring together and they would break the internet, right? Honestly, people would be buzzing about that match because people were buzzing after they met in NXT. So why not do it? And could you imagine if after the match, like, T-Bar takes the mask off, throws the mask away, shakes Keith Lee's hand, and all of a sudden we get some evolution to that character. Like, T-Bar's just not doing it, but we all know that Dominik Dijakovic is a killer. So I'd book that. I'd book that. We need justice for Dominik Dijakovic. So, yeah, I'd be looking at that. Scott Starr says, thoughts on Bray and will we get Toy Hunt soon? Difficult one to answer because it's hard to not offend people, but I honestly think it was one of the worst things I've seen. I didn't really focus too much on it last night because what's the point? Do you know what I mean? It's a character now. It's a gimmick now. It's something now that I'm completely checked out of. So I don't want to be sitting here and moaning and going off on it. I've already done that. We did an hour on it, right? I kind of feel like I've said what I need to say. I kind of feel like people that join us on a regular basis know my feelings on it. The last thing I want to do is keep banging on about it. So, yeah, I mean, I thought it was awful, horrific, distasteful. I mean, the words just go on. But, yeah, whatever. So he's gone. He'll probably reappear as if nothing's happened. And I don't know, is this just an indication of where wrestling is going? What really bugs me about it is people getting in touch going, why is this not pro wrestling? Why? I don't get the problem. It's like, this isn't what wrestling has ever been. Wrestling back in the day used to be all about trying to make it believable. Do you know what I mean? Like, the audience would question, is this real or not? And they wouldn't really know. People would get in trouble if the heels and the faces used to share the same car. Famously, Iron Sheik and Hacksaw Jim Duggan got in a lot of trouble because they got pulled over by the police and they were rivals. They hated each other, and yet they were in the same car. And there was this massive fallout because of that. That's where wrestling was. And, you know, how does burning the body, the motionless body of one of the participants, I struggle to see how that fits into what pro wrestling was. Now, things evolve. I do understand this, that things evolve. And you got to move with... You're such a boomer. You got to move with the times, Grandad. Yeah? You got to get hip with the kids. You got to move with the times. That's fine. But don't tell me this is what pro wrestling was, because it wasn't, right? So if this is where it's going to, if this is what it's morphing into, well, that's a separate conversation, isn't it? And this isn't where I want it to go. So when it comes to Bray, what we're seeing at the moment, it isn't what pro wrestling was. It's not what I want pro wrestling to be. But I do think that pro wrestling is having an identity crisis at the moment because I think UFC has come along and that's kind of where a lot of people have gone. I think a lot of people that used to watch wrestling now watch UFC. And as a result, pro wrestling's like, well, we can't just give normal matches because that's sort of what UFC is doing. So we've got to find our niche. And I wonder if the niche is turning the violence up to the point where burning the lifeless body of one of the participants after the match is now just going to be fine. That's what we do. Every match is going to end that way now. Every match is like you're risking your life, and then next week you just get reanimated or something. I don't know. I mean, like, I was thinking about this earlier, and it was like back in the day at WrestleMania, it was the boyhood dream has come true. Like, in the future, is it going to be like Zorg's dream from the planet Zorg has come true? I don't know. Like, are we going to get to the point where there's aliens? Are we going to get to the point where, like, we get more fiend-like supernatural characters, and the only thing that can beat them are aliens, are supernatural, and then we get, like, an alien versus a ghost at WrestleMania? And I'm not saying this to be, like, ridiculous. I'm being straight up honest. Is that where wrestling is going? I'm being honest, because I don't know right now where wrestling is heading, because it feels like WWE are trying stuff and are doing these things to kind of gauge reaction, and the reaction I'm seeing online is pretty much, yeah, okay, yeah. Just acceptance, really. Just like, I think that's where we are. I think that's where wrestling has got to now. Everything's just like, I think they're having to try like shocking stuff like that to try and gauge a reaction now, you know. But yeah, it's just not the way that I would go at all. It's just really not the way that I would go. So that's my thoughts. In regards to his character, I expect him to come back. He might even be on the show tonight. He might just come walking down, waving. Everything's absolutely fine. So, but if we don't see him tonight, then a lot of people have said Royal Rumble. Some people have said maybe WrestleMania. I expect him to come back. The character, the Fiend character, will probably have evolved in some manner. You would hope that like something would. You would hope that what we saw would have repercussion of some kind. I think that the worst thing they could do now would be for him to just come back and everything was absolutely fine. I think even Fiend fans, I think I'm right in saying, would like to see some development. I've seen a lot of excitement around the mask that was tweeted out, you know, where it's got like the tooth, whatever it is, the saber or whatever it's called, you know, that mask. A lot of people are saying, could it be based on that? Will he come back with like a new incarnation of the Fiend, a modified Fiend or something like that? So if you're into it and you're a Fiend fan, then I should imagine there was a bit of disappointment following the fact he got burnt to a crisp. But I should imagine there's maybe a little excitement as well as to, okay, well, clearly, you know, he's coming back. Where's it going to lead? What's the next step? So, yeah, that's my thoughts on that. In regards to toy hunts, I will try and get one done. I said I wanted to try and get one done this year, before the end of the year. I'm still going to try. I just haven't, I don't go to the shops. Don't go to the shops. And because of my sleeping schedule, it's not as if when I get up, the shops are even open anyway. Like the way that I would have to go first thing in the morning, really get it filmed, come back, try and sleep, then get up, set up a stream, try and find time to edit the footage that I've got. I tried to do that last time, and when I went, it wasn't good footage. So it's 2020 doing 2020 things. That's the easiest way to explain it. It's 2020 doing 2020 things. So yeah, it is what it is. In regards to, I think I've answered all them questions now. In regards to other news that we've got, I don't know if you saw, but there's a new Icons series that's on the way that looks really cool. We've got Yokozuna, Beth Phoenix, Lex Luger, and the British Bulldog all being showcased in this brand new series. Really good stuff, man. They talk to the families. Lex Luger in particular obviously has been on a real journey. You know, he's paralyzed now, and some of the shots that they show of him in like his walker. I don't know if it's a wheelchair exactly. It might be. But those shots so powerful because they show you him in his prime, and he was obviously a physical specimen. And then to see him now so frail is quite powerful. Also, we hear from like the British Bulldogs family as well, and that was quite interesting. And yeah, I mean, they're only little clips, but there's some real interesting footage in there. There's some stuff in there that I've never seen before. Some real behind-the-scenes stuff. So looking forward to watching that. I think it drops that. It's a series that drops, I want to say, around the Royal Rumble time. In fact, the first episode might be after the Rumble. Yeah, it's like a little sneak peek, but it looks brilliant. It looks absolutely awesome. So really into that. Harvey says, are you watching WWE Raw on the network or on BT Sport? I'm watching it on BT Sport. I actually can't watch it on the network. I don't know why as well, but I feel like I'm quite grey. I look quite like there's a lack of colour. I'm going to see if I can adjust that. I am watching it on BT Sport. You can't actually watch it via the network. It goes up like much later. What is going on here? What is this? Let me change. I don't like this at all. Brightness? Has that done anything? I feel like I'm super grey. Super grey. Like a crazy old man. Which, you know, has been said many times in all fairness. Colour grading? Will that do anything? I don't want to mess... What's this? I could go red. Ah! That's cool. I'm definitely... Oh, my God. I'm definitely finding things I never knew existed before. I feel like that's giving a bit more... Yeah, that's less grey, isn't it? Guys, I've been taking a lot of multivitamins, but what I wasn't doing was getting enough red in my life.
They donated £5 via a super chat. Days the one of the most underrated matches ever might be Dean Ambrose versus Kevin Owens Royal Rumble 2016 Last Man Standing. Smiley face. Smiley face. Smiley face.
Days, you look pale. There was a distinct lack of red in my diet. Guys, this Christmas, or you should be asking for more red in your life. Get more red in your life. I feel like now I'm coming across like there's a real warm glow. And that's the kind of vibe I want for Christmas. Do you know what I mean? We got the Christmas tree on the go. We got the ugly sweaters behind. And now I've got a little bit more red in my life. So I was, for a second, all red everything. Ah! Oh, my God. She might be on the show tonight. Oh, my God. Well, that's ruined. That's ruined. Right, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again. Cheetah says, Days... one of the most underrated matches ever might have been Dean Ambrose versus Kevin Owens, Royal Rumble 2016, Last Man Standing. I will have seen it, but I honestly don't, off the top of my head, can't recall it. So that might be one I have to go and revisit, dude. That might be one I have to go and revisit. Vape Ross Vape says, please don't risk yourself over a toy hunt. No, safety first.
Vape Ross Vape is a legend. They donated $2 via a super chat. Please don't risk yourself over a toy hunt, please.
Wise words. Ryan says, Days, did you know that you can do special ref on 2K15, 16, 17 on Last Gen? No, I did not know that. I haven't played it for a long time. I've actually got 2K16 and whatever the one that was Hogan. There was like one that came with like Hogan stuff, signed Hogan picture and a pop vinyl, everything. I tend to try and get the deluxe ones. And I've got those just up on the shelf up over there. But my relationship with wrestling video games is buy them, put them in, sit down, load it all up, find a couple of wrestlers that I like for a singles match, have a go and go, oh, I don't get this. How do you do? Oh, I don't know. I'll have to come back to it. And then I don't go back to it. And then I buy next year's. And that is very much my relationship with it. I tend to, honestly, if there was a way of knowing how many matches I played on like 2K16, I reckon it's probably less than 5. And the same with like the other one as well. So This is why I started getting the deluxe versions, because at least I felt like I was getting something out of it. Even if it was just a sign, I could just buy a signed Hulk Hogan picture. But no, instead I was doing things this way. So, and look at Battlegrounds. I bought Battlegrounds. It's on my Switch, right? First of all, yes, I've got a Switch. I was just as surprised as what you are. And no, I do not play it. It's up in my room. So, like, when I'm done here and I go to bed, the plan was I could just have, like, a go on whatever. But honestly, by the time I get to bed, it's like, gone. That's it. I'm done. I go to sleep. I wake up. It's time to eat. Time to set up a stream and we're off again. So, I've got Battleground. I bought it. I downloaded it. I have not even opened it. I have not even done what I normally do. I've not even had that one exhibition match and gone, this is too hard, and then put it down. Haven't even done that. Haven't even got to that stage. So, who knows? Boxing Day, maybe. Whilst I'm sitting here on Boxing Day with no UFC to watch, maybe I'll have Star Wars on the TV, and I'll have a go on Battlegrounds, maybe. So, yeah, there's probably quite a few things like that I'm not aware of. Unless it happens in that first exhibition match, I'm not aware of it. Febin says, I'd love for this to happen, but it won't. Randy comes out with an Inferno-themed entrance to Burn in My Light, which would be perfect in the current scenario. William Hensey, shout out to you. David Robert Wood says, I'm looking forward to a 6-man tag team match in a street fight. Yeah, so that's the Drew, Sheamus, Keith Lee match. Really into Keith Lee. Taking on AJ Styles, Miz, and Morrison. I'm really looking forward tonight. And we are bound to get a segment, but I am so looking forward to seeing Billie Kay. She is just knocking it out of the park for me. She is just so good. I think she is just so funny. I said this on the stream yesterday. It is so hard to be genuinely funny, because just look at all the bad comedy that you have to sit through with WWE. All those moments where it's like, you cringe a bit, So many segments over the years where they've tried something and you just go, oh, just please end. Just please end. But with Billie Kay, she is so genuine and her facial expressions are so animated and she's so into what she does that she does come across as so genuinely funny. And her with like that Asuka mask and her resume, like she's got a few catchphrases, you got to be joking me. I'm really into her. So I loved her little backstage moment. It's all about maximizing the time that you've got. She got, all of a minute, and I'm still sitting here talking about it. Like, she had a minute with Asuka backstage. You've got a minute, be spoken about. She did it. She smashed it. I'm still sitting here talking about that minute that she had. So I'm looking forward to seeing her tonight. And I'd love for them to do something with her. I really feel like it doesn't have to be in ring. There's no doubt or denying that she is more valuable actually out of the ring. Like, this is no disrespect to her wrestling, but she's not the best wrestler. She's not going to be able to hang. Well, she could probably have a match with Asuka, but I'm not expecting 5-star classics out of her. But her strength is in her comedy. And kind of like R-Truth. Do you know what I mean? You don't see long R-Truth matches, do you? It's not like we sit here having 10-minute R-Truth matches. They just use him and play to his strengths. And I'd like to see them treat her the same. So looking forward to that tonight. Dylan Long, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. Billy's on SmackDown. Is she on SmackDown? I thought she was on Raw. Oh, hang on. Let me think. It's hard, isn't it? Because I can't think of any feuds that she's been in. I'm like, I can't think of any opponents that she's faced. And honestly, even if I could, like, her partner was Tamina against the Riot Squad. No, you're right. Her partner was Tamina against the Riot Squad. And I know the Riot Squad are on SmackDown. So, yeah, no, it's SmackDown. I'm still not used to these rosters. I still haven't got my head around, like, quite where everyone is. Brilliant. Well, one of the things I was most looking forward to is, well, at least that makes Christmas Day better. So, look, every cloud, eh? Every cloud. So Christmas just got a little nicer for me. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to her. There's quite a few people actually. If you look on her, I went on to her account after to see what she had tweeted out or what she was saying or whatever. And so many people want those resumes. So many, even BT Sports, WWE on BT have got an account, and they said at WWE Shop, you know what to do. And connected was a picture of her with her resume and the paper plate Asuka mask. And it's like, I'm not the only one that's thinking these things. They need to get that up. I would genuinely buy a Billy Kay box. Like they did those Firefly Funhouse boxes where you could get like a Billy Kay t-shirt, the Asuka mask, and the resume, the signed resume. If they put all that in a box with like a keychain and a button badge, done. Sign me up. Here's $1,000. I mean, it's got to be worth that for the resume alone. Do you know what I mean? Philip, Days, is there anything Bray can do to get that excitement for the Fiend again? Yeah, I mean, for me, just move away from the supernatural stuff. Go back to the more psychological stuff. Just bring it back to reality. Just bring it back to kind of where I felt it was before, and that's why I was so excited in the Fiend. Take it back to that, and I mean, I don't even mind if you want to operate in that grey area. We've spoke about this before. Like, whenever The Undertaker used to do stuff, the commentators used to be like, what is this? What's going on? Like, they weren't telling you that this is supernatural. Equally, they weren't telling you that it wasn't. They were just shocked. They were just, what's this? What? How's he done that?
Bezel is a legend. They donated
It's
£4
like this really nice
and
grey
99
area.
pence via a super chat. Do you think the Fiend character has run its course? Prior to being murdered in front of the world, obviously. Smiley face.
I don't think that it's run its course. I think there's definitely people that are still on board with it, and key members of our community are still on board with it. That is great. That is fine. If it is working for you, then that's a positive, isn't it? That's a good thing. You're getting something out of the show. It's working for you. That's what it's meant to do. It's meant to entertain. So that's great. This just isn't the direction that I want wrestling to go. I think it's a dangerous direction. I think that if you start going down the road of supernatural stuff, as I said earlier, are we genuinely going to get to the point where it's a ghost versus an alien, and it's a swamp monster versus something that went wrong in the lab? Do you know what I mean? Like, are we starting to go down that road now? Is that what WrestleMania 50 is going to look like? It's just going to be a card of all of this, whatever. That's not where I want to go. That's not what I want. I want to be supporting people like Keith Lee, who, as we said, slept in his car, tried 3 times tryouts with WWE, and, people like that. I want to be supporting these real people. So that's why I don't want it to go in this direction. So, yes, the Fiend can win me back over. We can put all this behind us. There's times with The Undertaker where I had to just roll my eyes and go, what are they doing? Why have they done that for? But I still love The Undertaker. He's one of my all-time favorites because those moments were few and far between over a 30-year career, and he gave us killer moments, killer matches. Him against Shawn, twice. Him against Triple H, twice. Him against Mankind with Hell in a Cell. The list goes on and on and on. So, yeah, for me, Fiend, if we can get it back to reality and, we can get some nice momentum, then, yeah, we can get back on board. And no, I don't think the Fiend has run its course, per se. I think there's still people, a good chunk of people that are still on board with the Fiend character. I think that with the Undertaker out of the picture, there's a need for a mystical character. For me, it's that grey area. What I love about the grey area is it can be whatever you want. If there's those out there that want it to be supernatural, you can believe that, and it can be. If there's those out there that don't, then it doesn't have to be. It's kind of that grey area. Even if we just got back to that, then... but I suppose where we are right now is, as I said, wrestling's having an identity crisis where it's competing against UFC, and it's competing to get back some of those viewers that it's lost. and it's just trying stuff. I mean, it's literally just throwing stuff at the wall right now. Like, is this going to work? Like, you know what I mean? The ratings got so low. USA Network now says give us something darker, give us something more violent. And maybe that was the reaction. Maybe that was them trying to make a statement. Maybe that was them saying, we are going to change. We are going to try some new stuff. So, I don't know, man. It's such an interesting conversation because I think if that was them saying, we are going to try some new stuff now, in a way, am excited, but equally, I'm concerned because we could go in any direction. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's unfair to say that everyone watching will have limits. Everyone watching will have things that you won't want to see and you won't accept in wrestling. So, you know, where are we going to go? What boundaries are we pushing here? What buttons are we going to be pushing here? And in a way, that's exciting, isn't it? In a way, it's concerning because you might end up with something that you absolutely hate. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like, is wrestling at a crossroads right now? Is wrestling at a point where it could go in so many different directions that, you know, maybe these conversations are really important? And that we're all on the same page, knowing that wrestling is in a state of flux at the moment, that they are looking at like going in new directions and whatever. There's people out there loving what we're getting at the moment. There's people out there like me really concerned. It's going to be an interesting time. I think it's going to be a very bumpy road as well. A very bumpy road. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's run its course. I think there's a need for a darker, mystical character with The Undertaker having retired. We're just going to have to see how far they push things and kind of where it all lands and how it all falls. But as I said, a real interesting time. Definitely, agree with that. A real interesting time. Right, we are about 10 minutes away. There's not a lot of news today. There's not a lot that I can sit here and go, and this happened, and that happened, and this was said, and that was said, and this is the rumor, and that's happening. Obviously, a lot of the conversation was just coming out of TLC. And TLC overall was a very, very well-received show. Very well-received show. I haven't seen many people coming out saying that it was awful, horrific, all of that kind of stuff. It's genuinely been very positively received. And that's great. I thought the show was very good. I think we gave it like an 8.25. As I said, for me, Rome and Kevin Owens right up there with Match of the Year. I think what just holds it back is that it was basically a handicap match, and I feel that Kevin, in kayfabe, should have known that was going to be the case and had plans for it, or someone should have come out and tried to have helped him. So kind of just holds it back a little bit for me. But yeah, it's still really good. And the Drew match with AJ and Miz cashing in. And now, obviously, with Miz cashing in, we need to find out, did he cash in? That was a big topic of conversation from last night's watch-along as well. Did Miz cash in? I think there's an argument that he can make that he didn't, even though he quite clearly did. I think there's an argument he can make that he didn't. So it'd be interesting to find out how that falls as well. Is that Friday? Is everything Friday? Are we getting anything tonight? I feel like everything I'm talking about, all the stuff I'm like, I'm interested in Billy Kay. What's going to happen with The Miz? Like, all this kind of like Friday. Yeah, that's Friday. Yeah, it's happening Friday. That's this Friday, yeah. I don't know what I'm going to get. Tonight's the 3-hour show. What am I getting for 3 hours? So, well, we'll soon find out, won't we? We're 9 minutes away. It's Lizzie, says TLC looked awesome. It was really good. Harley says SmackDown is Christmas Day, and the next SmackDown is New Year's Day. Well, there's not going to be New Year's Eve parties, is there? I mean, well, I don't know about America, but certainly not here in the UK. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a real weird New Year's Eve for people. We will not do anything different. I'm not going to look to do any special New Year's Eve streams or anything like this. I really don't care about New Year's Eve. What I do think is that this New Year's Eve is going to be one that people genuinely... Do you know, like, when people go out and they celebrate, like, you just... It's an excuse to go out, isn't it? It's an excuse to go out. It's a horrible night to go out because everything is like, all the prices are bumped up. It's super packed everywhere. I've been out quite a few times on New Year's Eve, and I've had some good moments, but I mean, to be honest, I've had better times on just regular nights out rather than specifically New Year's Eve. And I kind of feel that this year, I don't think people in the UK are going to be able to go out. Maybe where you are, if you're in America or Canada or New Zealand or wherever, maybe you will be able to go out. But I really think that when it hits, there will be celebration, but I think there will just be real relief as much as that. I mean, like, it's crazy because nothing changes. It's only the number that changes. Like, we'll still have lockdowns and we'll still have COVID and we'll still have all the issues. But I do think this year there will be a real, do you know what I mean? Like, relief. I think people will feel relief that that's done, and, you know, high hopes for 2021. So, we'll stream on New Year's Eve, and then I'll probably just sit here with a whiskey or something and toast in the new year, just off stream, and be relieved that 2020 is done like the rest of you. So yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's kind of, I can't believe I'm sitting here and it's 3 days before Christmas, to be honest. Been the weirdest year of my life, and I should imagine many of yours as well. But we're here, we got through, and hopefully 2021 is better. Jennifer, hello, how are you? I understand. Yeah, I understand. I don't quite, unless he wasn't there, was he? He wasn't in any matches.
Jennifer Lockhart is a legend. They donated $2 via a super chat. I don't see why Daniel Bryan couldn't help KO out.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be nice for some acknowledgement there. I kind of feel like this story is so good, and as we said, you know, it's based in reality. It's based on family. I'm so into it that when you do get little moments like that where you go, hang on, why has no one come to help him? I do feel that they should just fill in those little details. This has been so good with the details. Do you remember I was saying before, I was like, Roman versus Jay. If Jay loses, he is out of the family, right? Unless he calls him the tribal chief or whatever, right? So you've got to call me the tribal chief or you're out of the family. And I was saying, how is that going to work? How is the family going to be all right with Jay being booted out? Like, that was a problem for me. It was a plot hole, if you will. Like, I just don't buy it. Like, Roman is saying you're out the family. Well, I'm pretty sure he won't be. I'm pretty sure the family are still going to keep him around. But then they went and got the Wild Samoans. They went and got Afa and Sika and actually brought them into the Thunderdome and had them anoint Roman.
Iconic Shadows is a legend.
That the
they
behind
donated
Roman.
£5 via a super
That
chat.
detail was...
Him from the UK, and I'll be working New Year's, but I have Christmas off. What matches do you want at Mania, and is TLC worth watching?
I'll come back to that. So that's my point. The details have been there on this journey, and you're absolutely right. Why was no one there to help Kevin? So I do think they have to address it. There's got to be just a mention on SmackDown, and hopefully we do get that. Hopefully we do get that, because it's been so good up to this point. And even if they do overlook that little detail, it's not the end of the world. It's not like a huge problem, but it's just a little niggly thing. Do you know what I mean? Just a little niggly thing. But shout out to you, Jennifer Lockhart. I hope you are well, my friend. Iconic Shadows says, I'm from the UK. I'm working New Year's, but I've got Christmas off. That's nice. What matches do you want at Mania? And is TLC worth watching? I believe TLC is worth watching, yes. I think that the ending is going to divide people. We've seen that through, you know, social media and some of the videos that have come out, you know, talking about it. People are kind of split very much on it. So I think taking that out of the equation, the rest of the show, I think, was really enjoyable. I think every match was solid. I can't say that there was like a weak match on the card. I thought every match gave something. Obviously, some more so than others. I thought both of the ladder matches were really high quality. So impressive. The Drew AJ match, I mean, you expected it to be good. It was really good. And Kevin Owens and Roman, so hard-hitting. A lot of big spots. Some real drama in there as well. Like, some real moments where it looked like, both were going to win at different points. And I know you tend to get that with ladder matches, but just the way that there'd be a big spot and it's like, well, there's no way that he's going to make the save now. I mean, this is it. And it genuinely got me. I got asked on Twitter, why did you say that Kevin Owens Roman Reigns is a match of the year? How do you grade that? And you can't really grade it. It's about how you feel. It's about that, like, emotional connection, as crazy as that sounds. It's about, I talk to you guys a lot in the chat. Well, the show will be on in, not the background. I'm still watching it, but, I'm talking to you and whatever. And a match that grabs your attention, like, demands it, will not give you any you are watching this. You don't have an option, right? First of all, if a match can do that, we're off to the races, because there's not many matches in the year that can do that, where it's like, I have to watch this. Like, are you seeing what they're doing right now? Like, just really good pace, good chain wrestling. Just, the spots make sense. They happen at nice intervals. It's not just spot, like AEW, for example, like a Young Bucks match. This is nicely spaced out. It's got a good pace to it. It's believable, hard-hitting, some emotion in there as well, maybe some false finishes, and it just demands your attention. You have to watch the match, and you kind of edge-of-the-seat stuff. And then as you're watching it, it takes you on that journey, man. It takes you on that journey, peaks and troughs, and you're like, you just totally, it doesn't matter. The house could be burning down. Anything could be happening. It's just like, that's your everything at that point. There are not many matches that can do that to me in the year. We do watch-alongs for all the Raws, all the SmackDowns, AEW, all the pay-per-views. I can hand on heart say that, do you know what I mean? There's a handful of matches that will have that effect on me. Kevin Owens, Roman Reigns had that effect on me. I was right there. I was right there. Felt like I was in the crowd watching it, and I think that's how I know. That's how I know, because of the emotional effect that it has on me. So, as I said, it's a hard thing to explain, isn't it? I think if you're a wrestling fan, you'd get that. If not, then if you're a bit of a casual, or you just want watch once in a while, maybe it doesn't make the most sense. But I think if you're a wrestling fan, you'd get it. So yeah, that's what it did to me. So I would say TLC is worth watching. And what matches do I want at Mania? I don't know, to be honest with me, I did want Roman Rock, but that looks very unlikely now. I just want, like, the big names that have got good momentum going up against each other. I mean, WrestleMania to me is like, you build up 2 stars, and then they clash at Mania. Do you know? The flipping alarm! So, yeah, you build up 2 stars, and then they clash at Mania. So it's kind of like where you should really do Drew versus Roman. Drew's had an incredible year. Roman has come back, is better than ever. Boom. You smash them at Mania against each other. I mean, obviously, we had it at Survivor Series. I would book that for Mania. But because of them being on different brands and whatever, it's a bit tricky. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, depends who comes back. We could get Edge Orton. We could get Becky coming back. We could get Ronda coming back. We've got Charlotte back. I would imagine Charlotte Asuka is a match that we'll end up getting. There's a Fiend in the Thunderdome. So he's fine, guys. Look, he's actually at home. He's recuperating. He's sat watching in the Thunderdome. I'll tell you something I love about professional wrestling. I love the fact that you watch a massive show on the Sunday and then it's right back on the Monday. I love that. I love the fact that it keeps going. Do you know what I mean? It keeps rumbling along. I really appreciate that. There's an argument that it should have an off season, and I do understand that, but I don't know. It's just great. Do you know what I mean? There's big talking points from last night. We can have our says on it, but I mean, it's done, isn't it? Now we move on to whatever we're getting tonight. Right, the Queen is back. Charlotte is here. Charlotte and Asuka. Obviously, the women's tag champions. Woo! It's got to be done, innit? I'm not even going to apologize. It's got to be done. Looking $1 million as always. $1 billion. She's someone that really splits opinion. She's someone that I don't think affects ratings. You know, she didn't really do a great deal to the ratings when she went down to NXT, for example. But she is a great wrestler, and she is a Flair. And I think a very good heel. But I'm guessing she's come back as a face, considering she's Asuka's partner, but we don't really know. She just came back. She was just Asuka's partner. She came back, and we're going to find out a bit now, aren't we? Right, here we go. Charlotte. No Asuka. And just a recap of last night. Does this mean she's a 13-time champion? Well, she's had 13, maybe 13 championship reigns, but no, it won't class as a world championship. I don't really care for Charlotte, but I can't deny her talent, says Austin 316. Yeah, I don't. Honestly, you're not alone. You're not alone. I remember her matches against Sasha. I mean, in fairness, she's great feuds against everyone. Her matches with Sasha. Do you remember that match where it was like Falls Count Anywhere? And Sasha gave Charlotte the bank statement through the handrail in the arena. That match is fire. I'd love to go back and rewatch that match. I remember it being a really great match, and the ending where she's doing the bank statement through the handrail up in the stands. So good. She's just had a lot of those kind of moments. Charlotte says, I'm in the Thunderdome. What would the Thunderdome be without the Queen? It'd be the Thunderdome. Charlotte says nothing has changed. But when a friend asks for help, This is interesting. So Charlotte really put in Asuka over there. Charlotte said, my friend. She referred to Asuka as her friend. She said, some people even say the heartbeat of this women's division. Again, very interesting. Here's Asuka 2 belts. Asuka 2 belts making her way down to the ring. Laughing her head off. Yeah, my friend asked for help. The heartbeat of the women's division. And the two of them embrace. Interesting. Once rivals, now champions. I haven't got a clue what she said, but she's so happy when she says it. Champion! You gotta love Asuka. Dos belts Asuka, says Jim. Nia and Shayna were not ready for Asuka. Asuka jumping around, bouncing around. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Friends are friends. So Charlotte wants a shot. She said friends are friends. What about that Raw Women's Championship? But we didn't get very far. Shayna Baszler and Nia Jax making their way down. Nia and Shayna, Mandy and Dana, Lacey and Peyton. Botchasaurus. Nico Guy says Charlotte asking about the Raw belt. Yes. Yes. Which, again, brilliant. Makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, that's exactly what she should be doing. She's helped out the Raw Women's Champion, so... Do you know what I mean? Give me a little something back. Granted, she got a belt out of it, but... Okay, here's Nia, Shayna. Nia says, it's so good to see you. Charlotte on the Raw team makes Raw better, says Certified Dex. I do think it does provide a little star power, yes. I kicked your ass last night. Ooh. Okay, Nia Jax is going to tell us a holiday story, so I'm out. Did you see Randy put Wyatt on fire? I did, Milos. I did. Charlotte looks so fake, says UFC fan. Wasn't Nia the one that broke Charlotte's arm? Asks LeBron fan 23. Yes. Hello, what we got now? Mandy Rose and Dana Brooke. The Young Brooks. The Young Brooks are here. Something looks different. Oh, okay. I didn't know where they were going with it. Okay. This is a bad idea. Giving Mandy and Dana microphones. How should we start Raw? Should we give Mandy Rose and Dana Brooke microphones? No, is the answer. No, we should not. How about we have Nia Jax go out there and tell a holiday story? No, let's not do that either. Just put Lana through a table and let's get this done. Yes. David Wood says, it's a good start. Nia is a reindeer. Yeah, I didn't even get that. Cringe Fest, says Manuel. Okay. What's happening now? A triple threat match. No, I think it's going to be Dana Brooke and Mandy against Nia and Shayna. Here we go, guys. Dream match. Lummy now. Dream match. Days looks like an 18-year-old legend. Please read, how would you run WWE from now to make it best and eat a sour sweet? I don't have any, dude. I don't have any at all. I would gladly pop one in for you if I had one, but I don't have any. How would I run WWE from now? I mean, that's like a 2-hour stream, but do you know what I mean? I don't know that there is an easy answer to that. I do love the idea, though, that they're doing a Raw Legends. That just popped up on my screen. Raw Legends. They just showed Hogan. They showed Sergeant Slaughter. I am here for that. I am so here for that. Sign me up, Raw Legends night. Did they show Carlito? 2 weeks, Raw Legends. That's good. Do you remember we were saying just before about them throwing stuff at a wall to see what will stick? Hey, something good came out of it. I'm definitely here for that. Raw Legends, yeah, good. The opening promo was rubbish, says Piers. Another Raw Legends night. Why? Oh, we don't get Hogan or Slaughter that much. I think when was the last time they did it? I mean, I understand that we do see the likes of Ric Flair quite a bit, but I don't know, if we're going to do a night where we actually pay some respect and it's a proper theme, that could be really cool. You could do some really fun stuff with that. I've said before, I don't think they use the legends right. They tend to overuse the same legends, and they don't tend to add to the show. I mean, it would be a massive deal. It would be absolutely huge if Hulk Hogan was to, like, come on and, like, really hype up someone. Could you imagine if Hogan is like, I've sinned the next guy. I've sinned the next guy. And I had to be here in person because I want to shake his hand.
A very Irish potato is a legend.
And you could
they donated $5
huge.
Australian via a super chat. WWP World Wrestling Potato.
World Wrestling Potato. Very Irish potato. Shout out to you, my friend. WWP World Wrestling Potato. Yeah, you could have Hogan come in saying, I've seen the next guy. I had to be here. I want to shake his hand. I want to meet him. I want to pass on any advice that I can. And you could spend the whole show going, whose hand is Hogan going to shake? Who is it? Who's the next guy? And right at the end, he comes out, shakes the hand of Keith Lee. You tell me that's not a massive deal? You tell me that doesn't push Keith Lee to the moon? Of course it does. But what I'm saying is you don't get the legends being used in that way. But that's exactly how I would use them. So, Raw Legends Night, if done well, could be awesome. Very Irish potato, shout out to you, dude. Ghostwriter says Hogan could come back as an alien. Wow. Could be on trend very soon. Dace, who would have thought that Charlotte would want an immediate Raw Women's Championship match versus Asuka? I think it's hard to see Charlotte as anything other than a heel. Yeah. Well, I mean, is that a heel thing to do? I mean, she was out for a while. Asuka said to her, I need some help. Charlotte's like, okay, I'll help you, but I might need a little something in return. She's helped her. She's come in. She's been a partner. They've won the tag titles together. I don't know if it's a heel move for her to turn around and just go, let's talk about that Raw Women's Championship. I don't know. I think she's being positioned as a face at the moment, but you never know with Charlotte. You never know with Charlotte. Charlotte's out for Charlotte. So, yeah, I'm into it. Right. Shayna and Nia versus Mandy and Dana. We do have Asuka and Charlotte on commentary. What bonded you guys? And Charlotte says one word: respect. I think Eva Marie might come back at the Rumble, says Piers. Hogan hypes us all up. Just bring Eva Marie. Carlito was in there. He hasn't been on TV in over 10 years. Mr. Monkey, shout out to you, dude. He did appear at the 2014 Hall of Fame, though. Yes. That's big, isn't it? That is big. He is someone that I think was rumored to be returning not that long ago. There was a little bit of hype around Carlito, but yeah, nothing really came of that. So if they are going to bring him in, he's not a bad little name. I like seeing legends that we haven't seen for a long time, and he definitely falls into that category. So did Jeff Jarrett when Jeff Jarrett came back at the Rumble. That was a nice surprise. That was a great moment. MVP, when MVP came back, he came back and obviously stuck around. Do you you remember, didn't he have his last match against Rey Mysterio, his retirement match? And then they ended up signing him. And then he had many more matches. But yeah, there's definitely people out there that they can bring back. Big boy Tobias, shout out to you. Zykami says, who agrees in the chat that The Fiend and Alexa will win the Rumble matches? Alexa might. I'm not so sure about The Fiend. He could be in the Rumble now. I don't know. I mean, could it be that Orton gets the belt, Fiend wins the Rumble, and then you've got Orton versus Fiend for the title at Mania? They could do that. They could be planting that seed. Yeah, you could be right. Back elbow by Dana Brooke to Nia Jax. Gets caught by Nia, spun around. 7-star. Shout out to you, sir. Yeah, it's a lovely Christmas gift for me, Asuka 2 belts. I'm definitely into Asuka 2 belts. In fairness, I'm into Asuka no belts as well, or Asuka 1 belt. Mandy, Dana on the edge of the ring.
7-star is a legend. They donated $3 via a super chat.
She's waiting for them to get up. Crossbody by Mandy. Crossbody by... Asuka likes what she sees. Yes, yes, yes. This is all a bit clunky. Does anyone else feel like this is kind of weird pacing? There's like moments where people are like standing around a little bit too much. It's like Mandy and Dana are like... It's really clunky. It's really clunky. There's just a lot of standing around. There was a moment there where Mandy and Dana were on the edge of the ring and they were waiting for Nia and Shayna to get up. And we were literally just watching people standing waiting. And then they did cross bodies. And then like there was moments where I think they thought they were going to get into their faces. I think they thought that Mandy and Dana were going to get into the faces of Asuka and Charlotte because they stood up. And they stood up, nothing happened. They were just like, Asuka was like, yes, yes, yes. And they were standing, and they were staring, and they were down, and it was like, are we going to commercial? Are we meant to go to commercial? Even the commentary, like, just, everything just seemed to stop. I don't know, man. This is not a good match at all. The pacing on it is just so off.
Brax the Beast is a legend. They donated $1.99 via a super chat. Potato, 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 potato. Love you days. Potato, potato.
Shout out to you, Brax the Beast. Tatanka. Who's that? Tatanka was shown, as was Mike Rotunda. Yeah, I didn't see everyone because I was actually talking to the chat, and when I looked up, I just saw Hogan, Slaughter, and the Raw Legends graphic, which is really good. Raphael says this is weird and cringy. Sonny says, I think Bliss might go mad in the Funhouse, and a bit of her darkness seeps out. And in a couple of weeks, I think we get Fiend 2.0. Yeah. Fiend 2.0. It'd be really good if, like, Apple revealed Fiend 2.0. If we had, like, a Steve Jobs character on stage, just revealing a Fiend 2.0. The updated Fiend. The 2021 version of the Fiend. I think you're right. I think we are going to get a Fiend 2.0. That was a terrible bump that Mandy just took. It was very clunky, says LSW. Certified Dex says, The Fiend posted a picture saying thank you. Carlito, 10 years ago, he showed up at the Hall of Fame about 7 years ago. Yeah, but I do understand, like, proper wrestling ring about 10 years ago. And then a one-off appearance in the Hall of Fame. Days, what if you signed with WWE and you used the Superman punch and spear? That would be funny. Dude, if I'm Superman punching or spearing someone, it's going to be a dinner lady, and even then, ultimately, I'm going to lose. So it could be funny, but it's not going to end well for me. Let's put it that way. Brian Coleman says, I hope the Riot Squad finally get those tag titles. Shout out to Harry. Hope you are well. Sonny says, by Fiend 2.0, I mean a much darker, creepier Fiend. Yes, I understand. If Vince is meant to shake things up with Raw legends, that's cringe. But hopefully they do put over someone like Keith Lee. Yeah, I mean, yes. What you don't want is what we got really with Undertaker's retirement. You know, where they just brought out this spew of legends, had him in the ring, they all waved, and then they disappeared, right? We don't want that. I completely agree. That is like not what Raw legends should be. But if you're actually going to use them to enhance the current talent and put over the current talent and add to the product, not distract from the product, but add to the product, it could be awesome. It could be really, really cool. Again, could you imagine if you've got one of the legends backstage with Chad Gable showing them a move? A brand new move that they could start using. $1 Million Man teaches someone the $1 Million Dream. Look, I see a lot of potential in you, Chad Gable. I really like what I see. You're not getting the opportunities you deserve, and I think it's because you're not finishing matches. Well, I've got one of the most devastating finishing moves in the history of WWE. 86% success rate. Took me, main event of WrestleMania 4. No one's using it right now, and I think you're the guy. I'm going to teach you the $1 Million Dream. And in fact, you can call it the Gable Dream if you want. Call it the Gable Dream. And this is how you do it. And he shows him how to put the hold on. And then later on, we see Gable have a match, win with his brand new finisher, the Gable Dream. There's just little things like that. Do you know what I mean? You add to the product. Don't distract from the product. I don't believe they've got the ability to do that. I don't think they're that creative, if I'm being honest. Or they could be, and Vince just doesn't listen, but whatever. We'll see. I've got high hopes. Nothing but love for the legends. We're still underway with this match. We're 25 minutes into Raw, and I have to say it's not been good so far. Stomping on the leg of Mandy Rose. Days, do you remember when Asuka spit the mist in Charlotte's face and walked out on Team Raw at Survivor Series 2019? I do and I don't, actually. I do remember it, now you've mentioned it, but it's not something that came to my mind. But I can understand them being friends, if you will. I can understand Charlotte having respect for Asuka, and certainly what Asuka has been able to achieve this year in particular. She's been in, lots of high-profile matches, great feuds and moments with the likes of Sasha and Bayley. Former tag champ with the likes of Kyrie. So I think for Asuka to, in kayfabe, reach out to Charlotte, say, I need some help, I think Charlotte would accept. Shayna running over, smacking Dana in the face. Moro, shout out to you, sir. Hope you are well. I'll wait for her to read it out.
Moro is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. Hey Days.
Hello.
Why do WWE insult us? As soon as Flair get back. Then mention to tag teams go across all brands now.
Why do WWE insult us? As soon as Flair gets back, then mention that tag teams go across all brands now. Well, they were meant to go across all brands before, weren't they? I don't know did they ever say that Nia and Shayna were just going to stay exclusively, or that the tag titles were just going to stay exclusively on Raw? I don't know. Either way, what I will say is this. If those women's tag titles can now be defended once again on NXT, NXT UK, SmackDown, all of the brands, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I am of the opinion that all champions should be that way. You should only have one women's champion that goes from brand to brand defending the WWE World Women's Championship. One female that goes across all the brands. That is the person. That is the man. That is the woman. So I would like to see other titles kind of copying that, if I'm being honest. So if we've gone back to that, I have to just take it as the positive step that it is. But I do agree. It's, do you know what I mean? One week it's this, next week it's that. It's all just a react. They're not telling the stories that they want to tell. They haven't got like a sheet of paper that maps out from here to WrestleMania everything, and they're going and telling you the stories and everything makes sense and all the details are catered for. It's all a reaction to ratings. It's all reactionary. And the problem is when you're constantly reactionary, things aren't going to make sense all the time and details will be lost. That's where the problem lies. I think this is the right thing to do now. Oh, it wasn't. So let's try this now. Oh, that wasn't. Okay, let's go back to this. Oh, that's still wrong. Let's try this now. It's like a pinball machine. Right, Nia and Shayna have won. We can all move on with our lives. Scott Turner says, Days, who is your favourite star in NXT and AEW? Well, Sting. I love Sting. Drop kick by Mandy. Shayna goes out the ring. Nia is getting picked up and dumped over the top rope. I really like what they're doing with the Chinese storyline in NXT. I'm kind of into that. I'm gripped by that. And
Scott Turner is a legend.
I don't know.
They donated £2 via a super chat.
AEW.
Days, who is your favourite star in NXT and AEW?
I'll say Cody, Sting, Thunder Rosa. And then over on NXT, I like what they're doing with the Chinese performers. They've kind of, put Boa, I believe his name is, and Xia Li. And we don't know who the older people are, but there's rumours out there as to who they could be. I'm not going to say anything. But, yeah, I'm kind of into that storyline. And, yeah, Undisputed Era are cool. Kyle O'Reilly, interesting to see what they're doing with him. They seem to be going back to trying to make him a single star again. Pete Dunne I've always been a huge fan of, but I don't think he's been used very well since they brought him back in. I'm not seeing people losing their minds over Pete Dunne, and they really should. Because he's a top talent. Brilliant superstar. So, yeah, both rosters have got great talent. Both rosters have. Leon Ruff has always been someone that I've appreciated as well. So, I'm kind of intrigued by Austin Theory and Indy Hartwell and what they're doing with the Garganos. So, there is some stuff that they're doing in NXT that I think is good. I just think it's a really good 1 hour show, not a great 2 hour show. Same with Raw. I think it could be a really good 2 hour show. Not so great at 3 hours. We're backstage with the Hurt Business. They've come across a guy that's got a New Day shirt on. They are ripping it off. Yeah, in fairness, it sucked. Look at this. They're giving him a free Hurt Business shirt. That's good. There we go. They rip off that New Day one. Give him a free Hurt Business shirt. And there we go. We are at commercial break, my friends. Scott Turner, shout out to you, sir. Vince is changing the name to the Roman Reigns Federation. Days, I watched the Royal Rumble again, and I noticed something. If Ricochet hadn't low-blowed Brock, then maybe Drew would never have reached where he is now. They could make a storyline out of that with a heel Ricochet. It's a really good shout, yes. Yeah, they did that to protect Brock, in a way, not just have him straight Claymored over the top. It was a low blow from Ricochet first, and yeah, I've never thought about them revisiting that, actually. That could be very interesting. That could be very interesting. I don't know if you saw Drew McIntyre's Broken Skull Sessions interview. That was something else that I watched straight after TLC. Again, really good. Nothing but respect to Drew. Really talks about his journey and, you know, when he was let go and the fact that he was in a really bad mindset and he went back to ICW. They showed the promo that he cut in the ring when he went back to ICW. And he said that he was going to dominate. He was going to be the king of the indies. He wanted all the indie belts. And he said at one point he was champion in like 7 different promotions when he was on back in the indies. And of course, you know, Triple H would get in touch and bring him back to NXT. And he was just talking about that whole journey. And it's brilliant. It's brilliant. He's in a really good place at the moment. I mean, he's coming off. It's so weird because he wasn't having great solo matches, in my opinion. And you know what? They even talk about the fact that it was Roman versus Drew at WrestleMania 35. And I forgot that they'd faced each other at WrestleMania 35. Roman Reigns versus Drew McIntyre took place at WrestleMania 35. Completely slipped my mind. I mean, like, the match is only 10, 12 minutes long. But they did face each other. And I do remember it being just underwhelming. I mean, to the point where I forgot it even happened. So it's so interesting to see that that's where he was, even when he came up to the main roster.
John Honey is a legend.
Where he was, where
they
he was
donated $5 via a super chat.
Not forgettable now.
Days Max Holloway is doing a virtual meet and greet on Facebook tonight at 10 p.m. PST. Can you think of a cool question to ask him? Potato.
John, shout out to you. What is he? He's doing a virtual meet and greet on Facebook tonight. That's really cool. I mean, like, the biggest question that you'd want to ask, or the biggest question that I would want to ask Max Holloway is when, because I'm sure it is when, and this is so obvious, someone will ask it, when he faces Volkanovski again. What is he going to change to ensure victory? Obviously, they faced each other twice now. Holloway was the champ. He lost the belt to Volkanovski. Faced each other again. It was a close contest in the rematch, but I think it's fair that Volkanovski got the nod. It was very, very close. It was very close, but I think it's right. I can't say Holloway did enough to win it, but he is adamant that Volkanovski is not championship material. He is adamant that he can get his title back. I suppose the interesting thing is what makes you, having faced him twice and lost twice, what is it that you see? Where's the weakness that you see in Volkanovski? What is it that you would look to exploit? I don't know if he would answer that, because, of course, potentially you're giving your secrets away. But what is it that you've seen that you would look to exploit? How, if you face Volkanovski for a third time, would you look to get your title back? That would be what I would be most interested in. You could also explore his training and try and establish how he trains, because he trains quite unique. He's very unique in his training, so you could explore some of his training techniques and see what he says about that. I think before his last fight, he wasn't sparring, for example, largely down to the pandemic. I think he even said that for this next fight, because he's fighting in January, he's not going to spar again. I mean, like, not sparring is risky, really. So, yeah, maybe something about that. Instead of sparring, have you brought something else into your training to, you know, I suppose you can't replicate it, can you? This is what I'm saying. It's kind of crazy to not spar. So those would be the areas I would be focused on, John. Shout out to you. I hope you enjoy it. I didn't realise he was doing a meet and greet. That's really cool. Right, back to the wacky world of wrestling, my friends. We've got Hurt Business on the VIP lounge. New tag team champs. Big Boy Tobias says, how would you have Fiend return? I wouldn't, if I'm being honest. If you're asking me how I would do it, I wouldn't. I mean, like, if you're going to be burnt in the middle of the ring, there's some things you just can't come back from. And now I would say that's one. You know, they won't clear Sting to wrestle, but yet Fiend can be burnt in the middle of the ring after his match. So I wouldn't bring him back. If he has to come back, then maybe, as people said, maybe winning the Rumble. And then maybe we get Fiend Orton for the title at Mania.
A very Irish potato
Very
is
Irish
a legend.
potato, shout
They
out to you.
donated $5 via a super chat. Greatest finisher of all time, the potato bomb.
The potato bomb. You could have one called the potato peeler. Imagine that. Don't quite know how that move would work, but I feel like you could do a move called the potato peeler. Right, it's just promos at the moment. You're not missing anything. Cedric Alexander. We've got all four in sharp suits. Looking lovely. Looking very debonair. Forget about pancakes. Forget about unicorns. It's all about custom-made suits. Hurt Business is the most dominant force in WWE. John says the Fiend will reincarnate as a potato. There's not a man alive that can beat me for this. Is that going to bring someone out? That's normally where someone's music hits, isn't it? Okay, there's a photographer that's going to get involved. What are we doing here now? Where are we going here? Wow, she's not going to do anything, is she? She's not going to be challenging Bobby Lashley. What if the camera explodes? Do you remember when it exploded in Hogan's face at King of the Ring? R-Truth's in the background. Photo bombing. He's holding up his 24... Oh, see, now here come all the rest of the locker room. Where did the photographer go? Where did the photographer go? Was she ever there? Okay, they're running around Christmas trees. Look, honestly, if the... Is this the violent, darker, edgier stuff that USA Network was hoping for? We want darker, edgier content. Well, here comes Jeff Hardy. Oh, Hardy and Riddle. The Hardy Bros. They're legit rocking around the Christmas tree, says It's Lizzie. John says, do you think they'll tease anything tonight about the Fiend coming back? I don't know, to be honest. It's hard to know how long you have to sell being burnt alive. You did. Okay. Listen to the Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan gets a mention. I don't know what this... What is this? It's not funny. Don't spread negativity. Don't be bullies. Oh, my God. Well, I don't know what I'm watching. I love Riddle, but I don't know what that promo was. Yeah. MVP says, we don't know what you're talking about. Did they just... I feel like there's no way that was scripted. That can't have been scripted. If it was scripted, he forgot the script and he just went completely off-road. He's been having way too many bro nuts. He's been having way too many bro nuts. I don't know what that was. It didn't go anywhere. He was like, chill out, guys, with your homies. Listen to the Joe Rogan podcast. You don't need the suit. It's like... BOD says this darker content is really showing. Wrestle with Andy says, did you see the photo of Joe Rogan with The Undertaker and Dave Chappelle? Do you know, now you mention it, I might have. It was an older picture, wasn't it? Is that a reference that he's making to that, like, picture that I even have seen and didn't recall? Oh man, I don't know what that promo was. I don't know what this show is. I don't know what I'm watching. I don't know what I'm watching. Okay. I'm so glad that I saw Roman Reigns against Kevin Owens. I'm so glad that last night's show was so good. I'm so glad we gave it like an 8.25, because I swear I'd be sitting here going, I don't think I like wrestling anymore. I don't think I like wrestling. Maybe I'm not a wrestling fan. Perhaps I'm a fraud. Perhaps I'm a fake. Perhaps I've never liked it. I don't know. Has it always been like this? But thankfully I can sit here having enjoyed a wrestling show just less than 24 hours ago. So I know I'm safe. I know we're all right. But trust me, I could be sitting here having an existential crisis. Days, have you noticed that after a great pay-per-view comes a trash Raw? Have you noticed before a great pay-per-view you get a trash Raw? Did you notice that 2 weeks before a great pay-per-view you get a trash Raw? Have you noticed that Raw is trash? Have you noticed that Raw's ratings are at an all-time low? An all-time low. It's not good, man. It's really not good. Okay, look. Come on. We can do this. We can find positivity. I like Riddle. He's been doing some good stuff with his business suggestions. Business proposals. Bro Nuts, I thought was quite fun. His interaction with... Wasn't it him? No, I don't know if it was him and Huskus, but he did have an interaction with one of the puppets that I thought was fun. So... You know, they have been doing some good stuff. It's just what he just said didn't make any sense, didn't go anywhere. Maybe that's the point. Maybe it's meant to do that. I don't know. But it wasn't, for me, entertaining. So if that is what they're going for, I think they should stop. And maybe give him something a little bit... Maybe some people just need scripts. Maybe it comes down to that. I know we all live in this fantasy world where we want people to just cut promos from the heart. But maybe some people just can't. Maybe, you know, it is a skill. It is a skill. And it is, you could argue, a lost art as well. Maybe it's just not something people can do. Because that wasn't scripted. That can't have been scripted. That can't have been scripted. Perhaps that's something they're trying. Again, do you know what we're saying? Like throwing stuff at the wall to see what works. Perhaps they are now trying to not script promos as much. And they're trying to make it feel a little bit more organic. But the problem is, it doesn't necessarily raise the quality. So, just a thought. Just a thought. Maybe it's something they're trying. Omeron says, I'm Vince, and I'm watching Monday Night Raw on the Disney Channel. Can we just get The Fiend? This show is terrible, says Dorian. Febin says, I can't believe you have until now not mentioned an Eva potential return. We did mention it. We mentioned it earlier. I mean, yes, she is listed as an active star. And she could be on this show. Days, what kind of potato is Riddle? He's a baked potato, says Brother Nero. BOD Talk says the only thing that would save this show is Eva. God, we've got a lot of Eva. How has Eva managed to get so many fans? I swear, you lot only like Eva because you know that I'm not a big fan. And that's, you know, an understatement. We got Gulak. Right, we got Drew Gulak. Oh, no. Oh, we've got Angel Garza. This might be where she comes. This might be where it happens, guys. Okay. First. He's giving Sarah Schreiber a flower. I might be fighting Drew Gulak, but I will be thinking of you. Oh, she is. Look at her. She doesn't know how to react. She's silent for once. If I was Angel Garza, I'd go up to Sarah Schreiber and I'd be like, I want to interrupt your heart. Oh, that would be nice. Because she interrupts everyone. Right, we're getting Angel Garza taking on Drew Gulak. Angel Garza. So Sarah was the secret lover. I don't know. Was she? I don't know. I think he just gives flowers to any woman that he sees, in all fairness. I think if you're a woman in his proximity, you're going to get a flower. Maybe more. Garza has been on the main event so long now. He is on Raw. Do you know, I couldn't have told you what brand he was on, in all fairness. Hello. Off come the velvet pants. They weren't the velveteen green because they were like a darker blue color. Strikes to the midsection by Gulak. Backbreaker by Gulak. Garza over by the ropes. Strikes to the midsection by Garza. Big chop by Garza. Grabbing at the legs of Gulak. Gulak over by the ropes. I can't imagine this is going to get a great deal of time, but should be a fun little match. I do like both of these. Gulak doesn't get much opportunity, so I'm okay with him taking on Garza. And it wasn't long ago they were saying that Garza was being seen as like future Eddie Guerrero type character. Nice elbow to the thigh. Stretching out Garza. Digging the knuckles into the midsection. Gulak pulled down. Against the ropes. Nice. 1, 2, shoulder up. Looks like they are going to give this some time. This is the kind of match where you totally expect R-Truth to come down and interrupt during the middle of it. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think they are just going to give us a straight match. And I'm into this. Big strikes. Garza in the corner. Gets hurled across the other side. Big kick to the face there of Gulak. Garza over by the ropes. Nice kick. Double underhook. Looks like he's going to put him away. Wing clipper. Wing clipper by Garza. 1, 2, 3. Garza wins. I mean, match was okay. Didn't give it a great deal of time, but, you know, clean. It was clean. And it certainly looks like they're going to do something with Garza here. Oh, okay, there we go. Garza wins, yes. Days, I'm pretty sure Garza's wife watches WWE because she was in the crowd at NXT when he proposed. Oh, yeah, I'm sure she watches. Yes, I think Garza's wife watches her husband on Raw. He's over in the corner, smile on his face. He's gone a little bit tranquilo. This guy in the background with the Santa's hat on. Byron Saxton, Samoa Joe, Tom Phillips. Unpopular opinion. I always thought Garza was better than Andrade, says Poke Kid Joe. That's interesting. I love Andrade. So much for Gulak, says Kyle. Eva Marie. No, we've moved on. We've moved on. We're looking at Omos and AJ and Drew right now. 3-hour shows are annoying when there's filler matches like that. Yeah, I mean, I wanted that to go a little longer. I wanted them to get a bit more time. I wanted it to have a little bit more emotion, a little bit, false finishes, little things like that. Showcase of a few more moves or whatever. I mean, it was all right. It's a step in the right direction when R-Truth doesn't invade during the middle of that kind of a match. That's where we've been. That's the kind of thing that's happened. So the fact that they just said, yeah, go out there, have a match. It's just such a shame it was so short. You couldn't really get anything from it. But I think it's just to get the ball rolling for Garza, to be honest. I think it's just to get him out there, get a little bit of exposure, and clearly they're going to do something with him. That Omos chair spot was phenomenal. It was really cool, wasn't it? I did retweet it, actually. WWE put the little clip out of it. And that chair, look, when it explodes, boom! Chair explodes, and I love his facial expression. Just that slight pause. And then he chases Morrison to the back. It's really good. It's really good. I hope they do put Omos in the Royal Rumble. Again, I love those moments where it's like, here he comes. Things got real. And I think you're going to get that if Omos is in the Rumble. Might be a bit soon, I don't know. But it's a Rumble match, isn't it? So you're kind of protected. If he is green, and I'm sure he is, he'll be protected in a Rumble match. Right, we're backstage. Charlie Caruso, AJ Styles, and Omos. He's got a marker on the side of his face, on his cheek. Why did you agree to be on Miz TV? Okay, Miz TV is next. Right, boom. Omos needs to teach a class on being massive and acting like it in the PC. Well, I wonder if that's maybe stuff that he's learned from those kinds of classes, but yes. That is obviously something that has, been focused on. And, yeah, I just wonder if they put that spot in to kind of show some of the stuff they've been teaching them. Don't know. I'd like to think they go to that level of detail. It was so good. That pause. That just, you could see his mind computing. Has someone just dared hit me across the back with a chair? I think they did. I think I felt something. It's really good. AJ's poor face, says Other Mother. Piers says, if Raw keeps going like this, it's going to be another terrible rating. Maybe. I mean, I do think that people will have been tuning out, but who knows how many people tuned in at the start following what was a very well-received show last night. So, last night might have bumped the ratings for today. But yeah, I don't think there's been much to keep people around. But who knows? We'll soon find out. Eric says, Miz is a much better heel than he was in 2016 to 2018. Crazy Cheech, shout out to you. I'm going to go to sleep when Miz TV is on. Days Garza said before the match, you can interview me after I win. I think at that moment, we will see Eva, or at least there will be a tease. Lorelei, shout out to you. Yes, we are just at commercial break at the moment. Ms. TV, I'm getting a little bit queasy just thinking about it. Raphael says floating around a 5 for this show so far. Bear Demon says Raw is trash right now. Okay. See Wrestling, shout out to you. Says, I think they're waiting for Christmas to be over to change up the shows, which would make sense, I suppose. Holidays usually give bad ratings anyway. And they've got that Legends show coming up to get the eyes on and do some good stuff. Yeah, I hope you're right, dude. I hope you're right. I think really excited for that Legends show. So, I mean, yeah, we have said, like, December does normally provide bad ratings. I do think, like, the past few weeks have obviously been exceptional low, all-time low. But, I mean, honestly, that just might be the way that viewing habits are going anyway. You know, with people moving more onto, like, different streaming platforms and YouTube and kind of consuming things in different ways. You know, the ratings for, like, cable and everything have been on a decline. So, it could be part of that, but I don't think there's any denying that the shows in recent weeks have just not been to standard. I've not seen anyone, like, universally praising episodes of Raw recently, but fingers crossed, man. I mean, it's clear there's things being said behind the scenes, so just have to put a little bit of faith in that eventually, at some point, we will turn a corner. We've got Royal Rumble not far away, so that's a massive plus. Right, Ms. TV. Ms. TV. Days, I rewatched Kevin and Roman last night, and the match was a true masterpiece. It told a beautiful story, says Noah. Oh, glad you enjoyed it. I thought it was great. Okay. Miz says, I failed myself and I failed my family, so he says he's sorry. So Miz introduces AJ. So at the moment, it looks like Miz is just going to go with the fact that he failed the cash-in, which I think is so strange when there is an argument that could be made. I'm not going to say that he would win that argument, but I think there's an argument that could be made. And what with Miz being a heel, you would think that he would try and make that argument. AJ and Omos making their way down. Of course, Omos was hit by that chair by Morrison. If I was Morrison, I would be a little concerned. These need to get on the same page because they do have a holiday street fight coming up against Keith Lee, Sheamus, and Drew. No money in the bank. No, he's not making that argument. There is an argument to be made. Omos. Just getting held back there by AJ. Miz says he's not an impulsive man. Took advantage of an opportunity. You might be the biggest idiot on earth. You're selfish and you're incompetent. Miz says that contract was everything. This is better. Look at this. Some real passion. Miz is so good when he does this. So good. No one respects me. Nobody cares. If I cashed in at the right time and I'd won the title, I would have took Raw to new heights. Do you know what? When you see this kind of promo, you do wonder. So good. This is like those classic talking smack kind of promos. We were both robbed last night. I would get behind Miz more if he wasn't with Morrison, says Dave in real life. Andrew says the talking smack passion in his voice. I want to give you the opportunity to co-star in the new Marine. He is tiny. The Marine 7. Miz at the front. Omos just behind and a little AJ. That's funny. It's easy to talk with the big man behind you. Morrison just is hamming it up, isn't he? Oh, so he's going to argue it that way. Well, what I will say is I love that promo that he just cut. I love that promo. And I was here like, oh, man. I could see him. I could see him with the belt. Alex says, I've been in Cornwall a few times with going to Butlins to see WWE a few times. But other than that, I prefer to stay down here nice and quiet. Awful Wi-Fi. Dude, I live that awful Wi-Fi life. Drew making his way down. Hi. Drew says, I know you're going to remember that match for a long time because I've left you a permanent reminder. And points to the little gash on AJ's cheek. No, that was awful. That nightmare before TLC. That's the level we're at the moment. I've completely erased that from my mind. Completely, I'd removed it. Can I just say, that Miz Marine picture might be the funniest thing I've seen on Miz TV, like in the longest time. Drew doing a promo. I agree. Miz did a good job on the mic, says It's Lizzie. Oh, here's Sheamus. Here's Keith Lee. Hang on. So we saw that little clip that opened up Raw last week that was awful. and we've gone, oh, we should try and do something like that again. So Raw last week was so bad that the USA Network ranted and raved and said we want darker, more violent content. And so WWE have gone, should we just do what we did last week again? You know that thing we did last week that upset the network? Should we do that again? He gives no Fs, does he, Vince? Vince is a don. Vince is an absolute don. You don't tell Vince what to do. Vince does what Vince wants to do. Legend. You got to respect that kind of game, man. You got to respect it. Clothesline by Drew. Miz goes down. If you need help, dial 1-800-Bella. Good that Keith Lee is involved in this. Oh, drop kick by AJ. Keith Lee goes into Sheamus. Drew having to step in between Keith Lee and Sheamus. Is that street fight next, is it? Or Drew Sporran is dangling a little low. Right. I like Sheamus. I'm not fond of Keith Lee, and I don't like Drew. BOD says Omos needs to get involved more. Brother Nero says USA is going to be cross with this. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with what C Wrestling was saying earlier. It could just be that they are working on changes. I mean, it could be that they're sitting down with the USA to really understand what they want. And they could be like, right, 2021, once we get the holidays out the way, what are you looking for? What kind of content do you want? What demographics are you looking to target? Or where do you think we need to strengthen? Or, I don't know, they could be sitting down having talks. So whilst they're doing that, we're still just getting the shows that we were always going to get. This was always the show you were going to get after TLC. I've not seen anything here that necessarily suggests that we've changed anything. Other than maybe they're not scripting the promos as much. Because I don't know what that Matt Riddle thing was. Right, there's a little retribution thing here. Push Keith, says Brother Nero. James Chadwick says things can't change overnight. 4 days till Christmas. I know, Betty, yes. Hope you are excited. Right, Retribution making their way out. We are about 20 minutes from the halfway point. 20 minutes from the halfway point. Is Samoa Joe permanently on the shelf? Yes. This holiday, you can get a Joe on the shelf. There's Mia Yim. T-Bar. So that T-Bar against Ricochet coming up next. Retribution becoming a joke. T-Bar versus Rick O'Shea. Shut Retribution down. T-Bat. I've put T-Bat. T-Bat. The best kind of bats. If you've got a child that plays Little League and they need the best out there, get them a T-Bat. Get them a good old T-Bat. What happened between you and Linda? Took her off the tree. Well, the truth is that the stream yesterday is it's set up. It's a pay-per-view stream. So when we do Royal Rumble, I literally just changed the graphics on that pay-per-view stream. So I had to add the tree, and I could have gone with the Wrestling Days logo, but I thought, it'd be fun to go with a picture of Linda. So that was on yesterday's. But this is the same Raw setup every week, so I haven't had to add anything. It's just exactly the same from last week. So I haven't really removed Linda She just was never part of like the Raw graphic setup. So that's why she's not there. I'd hate for people to think that there's been a falling out or anything like that. That's not the case. That's not the case. In fact, I could change it over. I could change it over quite easily. I mean, it'd be difficult to know what to change it over to because I've got just so many pictures of Linda. I'll go with the one that we know and love. I'll go with the one that we know and love. They're saying that. Where is it? Is it that small? Does it really come through that small? Where is it? Just refusing to be seen. Linda, what are you doing? Hang on. What is going on? Why? It's I can't even see it. Oh, this is absolute carnage. This is all I wanted to do was change an image. Hang on, I can do this. I am better at YouTube than I'm making out. Here we go. Yes. Oh yeah, baby! Woo! Da-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na, boom. Everyone, it's Linda, 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 Linda. Linda's here. Amazing. Love you, Linda. It's a bit weird if I do that, though. Look. You can see her head is separate, but wonderful. Do you know what? We just snatched victory out of the jaws of defeat there. I was down. I was at one of my lowest points I've ever been as a YouTuber. But we managed to snatch something out of it, so. Put Linda's face over your face. Oh, hang on. That's a great shout. Hang on. I can do this. Hang on. Oh my God! Ah! Tell Vince I'm safe. Tell Vince everything is okay. Vince, everything's okay. I'm safe. He's let me out the cupboard. Merry Christmas, everyone. Ah! Linda. This is the best. That is such a good idea. See, be like, oh, will you ever do a face reveal? And I'll be like, no one's ever seen my face. I'll just be known as like, this will become a thing. I'll just be like the Linda streamer. Did you see that guy? Have you ever been on his channel? Talks wrestling, but he does it as Linda. Everything he does as Linda. And it's really weird because he's got a beard and sometimes it does stick out from the edges. Love it, man. Linda days. She's a big fan of Wrestling Day. She's got the old Wrestling Day shirt on. So that's good. Yeah. Right. Hang on. I feel like we've milked as much out of that as we can. Said the nun to the vicar. Great idea, though. Wonderful stuff. Oh. Well done, C. Well done, C. Right, we've got the one and only making his way out. Ricochet. It was Linda all along. It was me. Yes. Bobby says Day's looking beautiful. Thank you. Oh, I really think I had understood what it was to be a woman. I felt so emotional and vulnerable, but powerful at the same time. I was getting all this. Oh, I really wanted to make bread. I don't know why. Right, we're about to get started with Ricochet and T-Bar. Too Risky says, I'm late. I had to put up a Christmas tree. Can you tell me what's happened? Not much. Let's put it that way. Not much. Keith Lee keeps auditioning to be Othello for some local community theatre, but will he ever get the part? His promos are wild, aren't they? Right, Ricochet getting thrown. Rubbish Ocean. John says, Days, personally, I think if Miz was pushed and built up, he would make a great champion and a boost to ratings because more casual fans would know him, and he's been around for a while. Yeah, it's difficult when he's doing that rubbish with Morrison. I mean, it's just not entertaining, and it's just rubbish. But when he cuts those passionate promos,
C Wrestling is a legend. They donated £1.99 via a super chat. Days. PNG her mouth and eyes. Then repeat, eyes.
That's a good shout. What I could try and do is I could try and cut out the mouth and eye. Oh, could you imagine the eyes? Could you imagine my eyes staring through Linda's face? I mean, we are getting pretty dark now, aren't we? We are getting pretty dark. I feel like we're going to those places where, you know, like people in horror films cut off people's faces and like wear them over the top of their own. I kind of feel like we're getting to those kind of bits now, but in a much more PG way, of course. So, yeah, what I could do is have a look. I could find a few that I could sort for Christmas Day. How about that? Christmas Day. I'll see if I can get a few images with the eyes and the mouths cut out, and we could probably have some fun with that. It's a great idea, see. Well done. Really, really fun. Days has gone from being a super fan to a creepy stalker, says Mustafa. It's a fine line. They're really trying to recruit Ricochet here, aren't they? When are you gonna learn? Days versus Linda, an eye for an eye match confirmed, says Huskus the pig boy. Alex says, so Days, you've decapitated Linda and then shoved her head back on and used her flesh for a new blanket. Yes. It's been a wild weekend. Right, T-Bar victorious. Ricochet heavily distracted. Nice GTS. How much more can Ricochet take? Retribution have gone from terrorizing the WWE to just focusing all their energy on Ricochet. I mean, you've got to give Dominik Dijakovic credit. He is really getting into this role, isn't he? He is giving it his all. I love Monday Night Raw for 7 years, says Brian. Days, I had to run out and buy some gingerbread Oreos. Did anything interesting happen in the last half an hour? Has it? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. Why is Samoa Joe's chair rocking back and forth? That is really distracting. Have you seen Samoa Joe? Samoa Joe's sitting there and the chair behind him's going... Duh. You need to watch a replay of that if you missed it at the time. Samoa Joe's just sitting there and his chair's like... I think what he's doing is he's probably got his legs on the legs of the chair, and maybe it's just a bit wobbly, and he's doing this with his legs. So it means the chair's like behind him. Either that, or he's got a vibrating chair. Like, he might have a massage chair. Oh, man, I need to go back. I hope we go back to the commentators. If we go back to the commentators, look at Samoa Joe, look at his chair. No, we haven't. Been robbed. Linda versus Days in a one-on-one match. Trust me. I would submit. I would give in very quickly. Oh, Linda. I'm tapping, Linda. No, don't stop. Right. Bobby on his way. Joe isn't moving. No, Joe was sitting there and his chair was just vibrating in the background. It was wild. Officially the best thing that's happened on Raw. Samoa Joe's vibrating chair is the number one on the top 10 Raw highlights. Days going by the show so far. I'm wondering if Vince thought something else by Dark Stuff with the Riddle promo and that nightmare after TLC. Nandeem says Linda sucks. How dare you? Dare you? Days, if I order something from Wrestling Shop, will it come in time before Christmas? I don't know, dude. I honestly, I can't say. It'd be best to hit them up on Twitter or see what they're saying in regards to delivery times. But no, I haven't spoke to them. When did I last speak to them? Actually, I haven't spoken to them in forever. Nothing but love for them. But honestly, I don't know where they are with like cut-off points for their deliveries. I'd maybe fire them a message, drop them an email or something, and they'll probably get back to you tomorrow morning first thing. It's official. Samoa Joe has got a vibrator. It's official. Days, what do you have to say about Louis Benson and AEW? I don't know. What's Louis? Louis Benson? Should that be ringing a bell? Let me Google it. Louis Benson. Oh, is that the guy that got that accused Cody? I haven't seen any more on that story. Just having a look. The last thing that anyone has said is from the 1st of December, so there hasn't been anything for like 20 odd days. They didn't come out, seemingly they didn't come out and make any statement on it. So to bring people up to speed, this guy on Twitter came out and said that I believe he said he worked for AEW, and he listed a load of experiences whereby Cody said that he didn't want to see him. He was forced to hide in meeting rooms whenever Cody came around, and he didn't get credit for work. And when he asked why he wasn't credited, I think they said because he didn't deserve it and all this kind of stuff. And he went through all of this really awful stuff, if true. They were only accusations, but it was something that was really starting to get traction and people were starting to talk about. And it's kind of unusual because you don't ever hear about like behind the scenes stuff at AEW being a bit off. They kind of very much pride themselves on treating people with respect and, do you know what I mean? Like allowing wrestlers to still use Twitch and all this kind of stuff. So to have someone come out with these accusations very publicly as well, on Twitter and everything, it was interesting. And then, but nothing's come of it since. I mean, the only thing that's come of it since is they look back at the guy's tweets and he'd sent out some like really awful tweets in his past. But that doesn't
Brian
excuse
Schaffer
if those
is a
accusations were
legend.
true.
They
that doesn't
donated
excuse
$10
anything.
via a super chat. Have you ever had a dream that you want you could do so you want them to do you so much you could do anything?
So to answer your question, I don't know. I don't know where we are. I don't know where we got with those accusations. I don't know if they were true. I still don't know. I don't think that what the guy tweeted in his past changes anything, because if he went through that, they're separate things for me. They're completely separate matters. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever get any further with it. Brian says, have you ever had a dream that you could do so that you could do? You could if you wanted. You want them to do you so much that you could do anything. I haven't. No, I've never had that dream. I mean, if I understood it, then I would answer it. But I don't think I've ever had that dream. We can only speculate as to what dreams Matt Riddle's having. I think Matt Riddle is living a dream, isn't he? Quite literally. I think he's in a haze. They don't refer to them as the Hardy Bros, do they? Jeff Hardy and Riddle both coming down to the ring, but it's not branded as Hardy Bros. Right, let's change this over. We'll go Hardy Bros, even if that's not their real name. Hardy Bros versus... Is it Hardy Bros or is it just the one of them? Lashley and MVP, is it? WWE should send Dijak, Shane, and Mia Yim back to NXT with their original gimmicks. Keep Mustafa Ali as a heel and Dio Madden as his enforcer. And just act as though retribution never happened, says Brother Nero. Wonder what Matt thinks of the Hardy Bros, says Zachary. I don't think he would mind, to be honest. I would think he would just be happy for his brother. That would be my guess. I think Matt Hardy's off doing his own thing in AEW. So I think he just wants the best for Jeff. And I can't say I've ever heard him say anything bad about Matt Riddle, so I think he'd be fine with it. Do you think Christian should go into the Hall of Fame? Yes, definitely. Definitely. Riddle would probably change T-Bar into T-Bro. He would. Riddle gets some boots for Christmas. He can't, can he? Because of his frostbite. He had frostbite. Don't you remember that story he told on a show? I think, was it Raw or SmackDown? I can't remember. He cut that promo, didn't he? Saying that he can't wear shoes because he had frostbite as a kid and so it hurts. And so that's why he goes everywhere in flip-flops. Riddle trying to get over to Jeff Hardy. As soon as we get to the next commercial break, we will do the halftime scores. Halftime scores coming up. Halftime scores on the way. BOD Talks says the Hurt Business doesn't have all the gold. They've got all the silver. Those tag titles are ugly. Texas New Fake says this show sucks. See, Wrestling says it is smart though. When Riddle gets his first name back, it's officially Matt and Jeff. That's true. Matt and Jeff, the Hardy Bros. That's fun. Do you think they could go back and like edit Riddle into all the old Hardy Bros matches? Could you imagine like TLC? They superimpose Matt Riddle over the top. Film him doing all the same moves. And we'll like erase the Hardy Bros from history. The Hardy Bros. The Hardy Bros? The Hardy Bros and the Hardy Bros? Oh my God, I can't cope. I'm wondering now, was there ever a Hardy Brothers? Or was it always Matt and Jeff? Was it always Riddle? I don't know. So confusing. Through the ropes goes Jeff. Texas, you say everything sucks. Hardy Boys. Hardy Boys? Hardy Boys and Hardy Bros. It's too much for me. It's my limit, that is. Yeah, maybe they replace the Hardy Boys with the Hardy Bros. Halftime scores. Fire them in. Get in your half-time scores. What do you think of the shows? I mean, it is resulting in my brain actually melting. That's where we are. I can't even cope. My brain is just struggling to keep up. 4.7 from Harley. 5 from John. 6.5 from It's Lizzie. 2 from Dorian. Brony with 5. Austin with 5. Lone Star Friend 4.5. Piers Wrestling with 5. 6 from C Wrestling. Stephen with a 4. LSW with a 5. Sonny Wolf with a 5. Kate with a 6. Kieran with a 5. Crazy Cheech with a 3.5. Sean Reset says 7. Killer Sasuke with 7. J14 says 5.25. Sonny Wolf with a 5. John Cena Gamer with a 6. Joe with a 10. 10 out of 10. Yawning Face out of 10. 5.5, 5, 7, 5.75, 6, 9, 5, 5. I'm saying 5 a lot. 4.8, 5, 4, 5, 5.5, 5, 5.5. Wrestle with Andy, as always, the greatest night in the history of a sport. That's it. I love that enthusiasm, man. Nothing but respect. 5.5, 5, 7.5, 5, 4.5, 4, 5.3, 5.2, 7.5, 5.2, a Linda out of 10. 6, 1, solid 5, 4, 8 from Sandman 882, 8 from Christian, 4.7555, 3.5 Lindas, 4, 5. I feel like I've said 5 a lot. Sapphire says 10 out of 10 tonight. I think the chat is at about a 5. 5 to 5.5 is where I think the chat is. So, let's see. It's halfway. We're halfway. Things can get better. They can also get worse. The only good thing was that Miz TV. C says, where's Asuka? I thought she was behind you. It's always been Linda. She's always had my back. Right. This does not end until Mustafa Ali says it ends. So tonight's show might never end. I think it's a 4.75, says Harley. 1.25 Vince's, says Nathan. Brendan with a 9.15. JWS says, I was in the Thunderdome and I called Linda for you. Linda! Yeah. Apparently they can hear what you say. They can hear what you say. Which I think is really creepy. Because they're not using your audio. Like, the noises you hear are all, like, fake crowd noises. Hardy goes to the outside. He bounced off the steps. The referee has come out. There's no X given. Matt Riddle going over, making sure that Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin are kept back. I think the WWE Championship match was really good, but I feel that the cash-in was a bit forced. What are your thoughts? I thought the cash-in added. I thought it really helped take it to the next level. I thought the start of the match was a little bit slow. I was like, this is a good match, but it wasn't, like, grabbing me. I still wasn't quite with it, but yeah, what certainly was by the end. I was really into it. So I thought both of the ladder matches were really, really good. Really, really strong. Really, really enjoyed the Reigns and Owens one. Probably a bit more. Just because I think they started at a faster pace and yeah, I was really into it. The only downside of that one, as we said earlier, was that it was basically a handicap match. But for like most of the match. But I think it was always going to be, wasn't it? But no, yeah, I thought it was good. I understand what you're saying, that it felt a little bit forced with that cash-in, but it seems like he could be getting it back and it might not have been a wasted cash-in after all. Days, the biggest wasted potential superstar in recent history, I'd say, is either Ethan Carter, who should have been a massive star. He's conceited. He's the nephew of the boss character in Impact, was fantastic, and WWE ruined him. Yeah, okay. I don't know much about EC3, to be honest, because don't watch Impact. I know that he is the nephew of Dixie Carter. I don't know how well that translates to WWE. He'd have to be Ethan McMahon, wouldn't he? Ethan McMahon III. Big strikes by MVP. Triple H makes them in NXT and Vince breaks them on the main roster. Is Selena Gomez your favorite artist? No. I don't know where you've got that from. I don't even know if I could tell you one of her songs. I do feel like I have heard one of her tracks and it was fine. I wasn't offended by it. Probably the best, most recent track I heard was that Ariana Grande Positions track, which I think has been like #1 in quite a few countries. I really like that. I gotta say, I didn't like WAP. I didn't like it. I didn't think it was catchy or that good, to be honest. I like Cardi B and I like Megan Thee Stallion. So I like, you know, Bodak Yellow and Savage and Finesse. I thought it was a good Cardi B track, but I didn't really rate WAP, and that was like everyone's buzzed about that, haven't they? I think probably because of the video, but no, I like Ariana Grande Positions. But as I said, I think there are some Selena Gomez tracks that I like, but I probably just can't tell you about them. They're those that you hear on the radio or on a compilation like Now, and you don't quite know who the artist is. She's probably one of them artists that's got loads of hits that if you went to, like, put on a best of hers or something, a playlist of hers, you'd be like, oh, I know this. I think that's my relationship with Selena Gomez. I don't have one. Matt Riddle going into the corner, tag in. Oh, I thought he was going to tag in Jeff. Jeff with a big right hand. Big knee strike by Riddle. Jeff goes down. Riddle over the top, comes crashing down onto the Hurt Business. AC/DC. They're cool. Kicks out. MVP goes down. Jeff Hardy up top. Oh, no one home. Went for the swanton. Got Bobby Lashley in the corner. Charging over. Knee strike by Jeff. Kick to the midsection by Jeff. Looking for a twist of fate. The what? The Hurt Lock. The Hurt Lock. Is it Full Nelson? The Hurt Lock. I don't know how long it's been called that, because I have to have the commentary down. The Hurt Lock. Then they can't call it the Hurt Locker because of that film, can they? The Harry Potter Goblet of Fire. Oh my God, the Harry Potter Goblet of Fire. Daze, did you know that Dixie Carter is actually a cousin of Declan Donnelly? I saw the show. It was a DNA show, wasn't it? I can't remember what it was called. But, yeah, it was interesting. She came over, didn't she, to Newcastle there, and they were sat in a pub. Oh, hello. We've got AJ and Omos with Miz and Morrison. This lot just really aren't on the same page. Right, we've got an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. I think we got a little advert for the Broken School Sessions. Daze, read this. You're an ultimate jobber. Cool. Did you hear this Friday on SmackDown? Roman will defend the Universal Championship against Kevin Owens. Is it for the Universal title? I think it is, isn't it? I think it is a Universal Championship rematch. I did see the news, yes. It's kind of exciting. I think I would have liked them to have announced it a slightly different way. I mean, it makes sense. But I just don't understand why... Why would Roman agree to it? He's defended his belt, so why would he agree to defend it again so soon? I think I would just would have liked WWE to have said, due to the amount of outside interference. You know what I mean? Just like a little line like that, I think would have been nice. Due to the amount of outside interference, WWE officials have agreed with Kevin Owens' request to hold a Universal Championship rematch, but this time within the confines of a steel cage. But I don't think it was like that. I did read the announcement. I didn't see that kind of language. Hardy, did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Days, what are we watching? Adverts. Adverts is what we're watching. Look, I think this is just where Raw has been. I don't think this is any worse than what we've seen in recent weeks. I mean, in all fairness, I've got to 1 hour 43 minutes into the show. I haven't looked at the clock. Do you know what I mean? Up until now, I've quite comfortably got through the show. Honestly, it's getting to the point now where if you get to the end of Raw, you should get sent a T-shirt saying that you survived it. Yeah, it's. I just don't think they've changed anything. I think this is just where Raw has been. This is just Raw. It's just where Raw has been. And hopefully the changes will be on the way. Tyler says Raw is in trouble. Jimmy is going to be under the ring. Raw needs to go back to 2 hours and have decent segments, says Mark Clark. Raw Legends in 2 weeks. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. The show is okay. It's not terrible, says Dom15. Sonny Wolf says, we survived Raw. Watching Raw is the true Survivor series, says Programmed for Damage. Who are the Hardy Bros? Is Matt back? No, it's Riddle, Matt Riddle and Jeff Hardy. There are 2 title matches on SmackDown. Yeah, they're making it a really fun Christmas Day episode, which is great. It's something to really look forward to. The only downside is they're recording it tomorrow, so spoilers will get out there, you would imagine. I mean, I hope not. I hope not. I'd love to watch it not knowing and just enjoy it, but pretty sure the spoilers will get out there. And if the spoilers are out there, I get sent them. There's not really a way that I can avoid them. Even if I don't actively look for them, I'll get emailed them. I'll get sent them on Twitter. I'll be DM'd them. I just won't be able to escape them. I'm playing WWE because I would rather do that, says Sapphire. There's been no build towards the Rumble. It might be just a little bit too far out. Might just be a touch away. Okay, so Orton is going to be cutting a promo at some point tonight. We've got Elias first. Ladies and gentlemen, Elias. They haven't promoted his thing that he did very well, have they? It kind of told us it was coming out, and it's not been mentioned since. Universal Truth. There's Jackson Riker. Going to number 1 on the charts. What chart did he go to number 1 in? To all my fans that have put Universal Truth on their best of lists, is there anyone in the world that has put Universal Truth on their best of? I remember hearing it thinking, this is all right. But has anyone actually put it on there, the best of 2020? Maybe. There probably is. Like, I wonder if there is an Elias Stan account out there. They definitely would. There could be, you never know. The world is a wacky, wonderful place. There could be someone that's got the album cover tattooed on themselves or something. I fell asleep. What happened? It was number 1 in the WWE charts. One of one. One of one. I don't know what's happening now. Grand Metalik here. So is this going to be Grand Metalik against Elias? It was number 1 in the Who Cares charts. Oh, is it Jackson Riker that's wrestling? Elias is on the top turnbuckle. What is this? They're having a match in a ring, and Elias is just sat on the top turnbuckle, and the ref's not doing anything about it. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. The universal truth is that Elias is allowed to sit there. Head scissor takedown, bit clunky by Grand Metalik. Lindsay having fun with the guitar outside the ring. I'm not even going to change the graphic over because this match is going to be done in 2 seconds. Up, down. 1, 2, 3. Done. Done. We are done. Days Dynamite is on at 3:30 this Wednesday. Yeah, it's late, isn't it? So tomorrow we've got a very special Wrestling Escape Pod. That's going to be at 7 Eastern, midnight, over on the Wrestling Escape Pod YouTube channel. I will probably try and share a link on the Wrestling Days channel as well. So if you are around, join us for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. It is our Christmas special. It runs for an hour, and it's going to be a good one. Really looking forward to that. So that's tomorrow. On Wednesday, early Wednesday, 10 a.m. Eastern, we're doing the Slammies watch-along. We'll probably start probably about half an hour before. At that kind of a time, I don't think there'll be much news to talk about or whatever. So we'll do Slammies in the morning. Then I'll sleep. Then I'll get up. So it's kind of nice that AEW is a little later this week. So, yeah, 3:30 a.m. in the UK. 10:30 in Eastern. We'll start before that, of course. But, so yeah, that's Wednesday. Thursday, I don't think we've got anything. We've got the members stream. Oh, yeah, we got the members stream. And then on Friday, Christmas Day, we've got SmackDown. So, yeah, that's my focus the next few days. And then Boxing Day, I don't know what I'm doing. Chilling, probably. I'm going to probably have Boxing Day to myself. To play my Switch. Joe has turned his vibrator off. Oh, I didn't notice. Joe's chair isn't vibrating anymore. I wonder if they said to him, Joe, can you stop doing that? Joe, what you're doing looks really silly. When's the Sammy Awards? Do you mean the Slammy Awards? They are on at, I think it's like 10 a.m. On the network. It's WWE Network. I don't think it's on like USA or anything like that, but it is on the WWE Network. And that'll be kind of fun because we can talk about like the nominations and throw around a few ideas as to, you know, what's the best match, what's the best superstar, serious thing. So that's going to be fun. As soon as that's done, as I said, then I'll get some sleep and we'll come back with AEW, which is much later this week. Right, I think we are about to go to commercial break. They're just showing us Randy Orton backstage. We should be going over to his promo soon. This Wednesday. NXT, a very Gargano Christmas. Days, hope you are keeping well and safe. I am loving the commitment lately, and I hope you have a Merry Christmas. Oh, Ashley Drury, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Merry Christmas to you as well. It's 10 this week, says Zachary. Don't have to do a stream for the Slammies. Get all your energy for AEW. No, I'm up for it. Honestly, it's a show that I've got a lot of love for the Slammies because they've been around for a long time. And I always remember Owen Hart, like, really treasuring his. And, you know, some years they don't do them. Some years they do them, and they're just awful jokes, rubbish things. But they have been good in the past. There has been times, occasions where they've been good as well. I love the fact that they're doing it as a separate show. I love the fact that they are being quite serious with these. I think it's good. I think it's really good. I'm really into it. So I do want to watch it. I'd watch it anyway. So we might as well just stream it. So I mean, then we can like share our thoughts as to what we think about these things. So yeah, it'll be good. As I said, if anything, it's a good week this week for me for AEW to just push it back a little bit. So yeah, it's a busy week this week, but hopefully it'll be a good one. Patrick O'Neill, shout out to you, sir. Joe says, how can I watch AEW? I live in the UK. It's on Fight TV. So you can subscribe to Fight TV. It's about $4.99 a month. But it's not too bad. I mean, I understand compared to, like, the network. It's not really a bargain, but it's not bad. You know, $4.99. That's if you want to watch it live. You can actually watch it on ITV. I think it's on a Monday night on ITV or something. But obviously, you're talking several days after it's aired live. So it depends how you want to watch it. If you want to watch it free, it's on late on ITV a few days later. Or you can watch it live on Fight TV. SmackDown is going to be taped this week. Yes. I'll be watching the Slammies live. So I'll try and hop on, says Harley. Awesome. See you there. Should be fun. Can't be worse than Raw, can it? Let's put it that way. I mean, whatever it is, it's only, I think, an hour long. So I can't see it being a chore to watch. And it's R-Truth, and R-Truth is really fun. So, Days, I've submitted another video. I hope my audio works. Awesome, dude. What did you think of Carmella? I really liked that match. I thought it was a good match. Yeah, I thought it was solid. In the threes, maybe like a 3-star, 3.25, something like that. It's not like a 4-star or anything. I mean, it was good. It was good. I think better than maybe most were expecting. I actually thought their match on SmackDown was fairly decent as well. So I expected it to be of a good standard. And yeah, I think they delivered. I thought it was good. Right, we should be going back. Let's turn it up a little bit. Right. Randy Orton promo. The real cost. Know the cost of vaping, guys. You need to know the cost of vaping. It's about $20 because you have to buy the vape and then you've got to buy all the things that go in it. And that's how they get you. The vape itself is quite cheap. But the other different, like, things that you put in it, that's where they get you. So just be aware of the cost of vaping. It might seem cheap at first, but they get you later on. It's the same with coffee. The machine is quite cheap, but when you... Randy Orton. Randy! Oh my God, I'm all over the place. I vaped The Fiend last night. Lag. Is there lag? Is there lag? Shouldn't be. America hates vaping. I don't think it's great for you. I think it is better than smoking in the sense of, like, what it does to your health, but I still don't think it's great for your health. So, I mean, look, joking aside, just don't do it. If you, I think only do it if you're someone that was a smoker anyway and you're trying to cut down, then I think vaping is a better thing to do instead, but I like how he is smiling. No lag for me. I left the Thunderdome. Some guy kept yelling, and it was annoying me, says Killer Sasuke. Was it Vince? The Fiend can't come back tonight. Bad for business. J14 says lag. Why? It's really hard to understand where this lag has come from because just looking at the little indicator that I've got, it's not showing any issue. Hang on. So I'll check internet speed. Let's do a speed test. Let's do a speed test. That'll give me some answers. We got an upload speed of about 8, which is rubbish. A download speed, sorry, of 8. Honestly, that's the best I can get at the moment. Nah, upload speed's at about 15, 16. We should be fine. No, we should be fine. Upload speed is actually 17.9. Download speed 7.6. Rubbish. That's actually good for around here. Right. It's better. Let's not forget, it might be YouTube doing YouTube things. It's just a little bit on and off. If Rock versus Roman happens, who do you think should win? Oh, Roman, 100%. Don't want Rock coming back after being away for so long and beating the biggest star we've got. Orton said he enjoyed every second of last night. The Fiend Killer. Days, is it time for Raw Underground? Days, what was the best match at TLC? Roman, Kevin Owens. Loved it. Drew McIntyre, Claymore. It's because of Jupiter and Saturn lining up. Ah, them troublemakers. Lee Strack, shout out to you. We need Raw is War. He didn't sleep. The voices have gone. There you go, guys. If you've got voices in your head, turns out that the cure is you've just got to burn the Fiend. And then the voices are satisfied and they move on. That'd be a great figure. Could you imagine that? Randy says Fiend is gone. The Fiend is no more. Could he get any closer to the camera? I've never seen such a big face. Right, lights are starting to go. Retribution should be trying to recruit Griddle instead of Ricochet so that he can team up with Slapjack. Mike says Orton is as cringy as it gets. Fiend noises, yeah. He should have toasted some marshmallows. Yeah, might have helped him sleep. He could have had, cool. Some swings. Swings in the ring with Alexa Bliss swinging away. and built that for her. He's very talented when it comes to woodwork. In fairness, there's two seats, isn't there? There's a rocking horse. There's some swings. Is there a slide? There is a slide. I remember when I was a kid, down the park from me, there was a climbing frame, and it was in the shape of an A-Team van. I flipping love that thing. I grew up with that thing. I don't think it's still there, you know. Barbecue is his favourite food. Alexa is back. LeBron fan says, I feel like I'm watching a play. It's very powerful. It could be a musical. They could burst into song, couldn't they? He's home. He's gone home. Alexa's playground. I bet Mattel right now are like, ah! Quick! Start sketching! We need to build Alexa's playground! Is that where she's been? Has she been there for a few weeks, just in that playground? It's all dark. Wonderful. So powerful. I was moved. If you as a WWE commentator, you have to live your life in shock. You've watched a man get burnt alive, and you have to be like, oh my God. I mean, how do you even sell that? I don't know how you even sell. How do you even react to that? Oh my God, he's burning him alive. Ah! Right? And you got to, sell that. And then, all of a sudden, the lights go out, and when they come back on, there's a full-blown playground in the ring. Oh my God! What's going on? You just got to do that all the time. Right, forget that, guys. We're moving on now. Forget that. We're moving on. There's got a little video package with Asuka and Charlotte. I really want to see Randy start swinging. Yeah, they could do Alexa playground swinging competitions. That'd be good. Rather than matches. Matches are so... Gotta get with the times, man. You gotta get with the new wrestling. The new wrestling where the world is your oyster. And they could have, who could swing the highest? Couldn't they? Rather than a women's match, you could have Alexa versus Nikki in a who can swing the highest match. I mean, we joke, but I'm not even joking. I could legit see that happening. I could see Alexa inviting Nikki to her playground, and then we get a who can swing the highest contest. I genuinely think that's something they could do. Right, Charlotte is made her way out. How long have we got? 53 minutes. Dun, 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 dun. Charlotte. Slammy presenters, Shawn Michaels. What? I thought it was R-Truth. Shawn Michaels, Ric Flair, Snooki, Method Man, Mick Foley. Have they been confirmed? Snooki. I didn't even know she was a thing. Still, I mean, I know she was a thing. She was in WrestleMania, but I didn't know she was still around. All hail the Queen, Charlotte. Sunny says, I used to swing on swings very high and then yeet myself. I don't know what's yeeting. R-Truth is the host. Yeah, I thought so. 2020 is a jobber. It is a weird little segment thing, isn't it? But Ryan says, damn it, do we have to burn Alexa Bliss alive too? Randy's voice is in his head. Hype Man says, I'm enjoying Raw. 2020 sounds like Braun Strowman. It does, but a spark, yes. Yeet is to throw or jump. Is that true? I have never heard that saying before. That has not made it over here to the UK. Yeeting. Yeeting. Not a thing. That's gotta be 2021. Can we just stop seeing this advert already, says Brony. I'll tag you in the tweet they made announcing it. Okay. Eric says 2021 is going to be just as bad. One time I was swinging really high and I jumped off only to land on my chest and knock the wind out of me for like 5 minutes. Who do you think is the commentator of the year? That's a good question. Don't know. I can't say any of them are that brilliant. They're all just like very much the same, aren't they? Oh, I don't know. Who is commentator of the year? Maybe Samoa Joe? I think he's definitely brought some, hasn't he? Go Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe in his vibrating chair. I'd rather watch all the Funhouse episodes from 1 till now rather than this stupid show, says Fabian. Sapphire says, Days, guess what? What? I'm going to watch Royal Rumble in 2021. Good. I'm from the UK, and I've heard yeet loads. You're capping. Right, yeah, I'm out of the loop then. It must be a new thing. I can tell you this, I wasn't yeeting when I was a young days. Samoa Joe, Corey Graves, or Barrett. None of the commentators are up to the snuff of the past. I hope that Naomi makes her return soon. Jack Tin says Joe has been awesome on commentary. Charlotte and Asuka versus Peyton and Lacey. Charlotte and Asuka versus Peyton and Lacey. Shout out to Jesters with triple Z's. Right. We are at commercial break. We are 49 minutes away from the end, my friends. 49 minutes away from the end. Days, have you heard of this YouTube? I haven't, no. Noah. Days, are these Raws worse than the 2018 Raws when Corbin was in charge? I think so. I genuinely think these are the worst Raws I might have ever seen. I mean, they're just, it's week after week after week. It's non-stop. It's been a bad run. I can't remember the last time we gave Raw a score of like over 6. Like, past few weeks, I think we've been like 3s and 4s, maybe a 5. I think we did a 5, and after the show, I then regretted it. I was like, should have been lower. Should have been lower. I don't know where. Halftime scores by the community, by and large, were about a 5. I don't know where we'll get by the end of this show. Days, did you participate in National Yeet Small People Day? I didn't, no, but I'm up for it. We're not sitting around waiting for opportunities like some handouts. Tell 'em, baby. It's Lacey Adam Cole Evans. Okay. Okay. She's dyed her hair. Yes. Days, are these Raws better than in 94, 96? Well, to be perfectly honest, I haven't watched all of the Raws from 94, 96. I mean, I've been going back and rewatching 93. I have touched on 94. 95 was rough. 95 was rough. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Gordon Ramsay and Peyton Royce. I did tweet out that little clip. Peyton buttered some bread and put some sprinkles on top. Okay. Gordon Ramsay. Imagine when the crowds are back. WWE has stagnating views while AEW rises further up and the ratings gap further decreases. AEW is better than Raw. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. You can keep your yeets to yourself. Right, 45 minutes. I mean, I am so into clock watching now. It's become my new favourite hobby. Watching the clock and willing my life away has become my new hobby when it comes to Monday nights. Which is a shame, because this is a match that's got Asuka in it. But taking on Lacey and Peyton, and I don't really understand why. Hip attack by Asuka. Nice spinning back kick, though, by Peyton. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Asuka. And we go to commercial break. I can't wait until AEW comes over here, says Matt James. Gordon Ramsay versus Vince McMahon. Now, that would be tasty. Days on Legends Night. Will Erwin Shyster acknowledge that Randy Orton murdered his son on pay-per-view? I don't know. I don't know. Are we even meant to... Is he his son? I don't know. He is his son, but is he his son in kayfabe? The moment Dave starts talking about music and watching the clock, you know this won't go higher than a 5. Dude, he's going to be lucky to get a number at all. I understand you like Asuka a lot. I do as well. But I don't get the same feeling when Asuka comes out compared to Roman. Yeah, I think it's to do with the storylines. So, like, Roman's in a red-hot storyline at the moment about family and, you know, doing some really compelling stuff. You know, wanting to be called the tribal chief, and it can go to some really interesting places with potentially a match against The Rock, and, you know, you got Jey Uso, Paul Heyman. Plus, also, it's been such a massive character change. You know, he was a big face and now he's a heel, and we didn't know we were going to see a Roman heel character. So there's just so much intrigue and momentum and potential, and you've got all of that. So when he comes out, the segments matter. The segments mean something. It's not the same with Asuka. Even though she can go in the ring and you give her, like, you know, a promo, she's going to do good stuff. You give her a match, she's going to do good stuff. She doesn't have any of that other stuff at the moment. Like, she needs a killer feud. She needs, like, you know, that momentum and everything. So, yeah, who knows? As we get a little bit closer to WrestleMania season, maybe we'll get that. Days, did you see Bray's cryptic tweet after TLC? I did. I got sent it. Days, the moment they said Charlotte and Asuka were in action, I knew it was against Peyton and Lacey, as they were the only tag team left to appear today. Matt James, shout out to you. Dude, I'm only here so that I don't have to watch Raw on my own as well. We're all here for the same reason. This is based... I might as well change this from like a Raw watch-along to a Raw self-help group. Where we are literally like a therapy session. That's what we've got going on here. It is literally that. It's just so we know that we're not alone. Do you know what I mean? You're not alone. If you're watching this and you're struggling, you're not alone. You're not alone. It's all right. It's going to be all right. I've got high hopes that change is on the way. I always think the people writing these shows, what they are trying to accomplish. Like, come on, is this entertaining? I don't know why they broke up the Iconics if Royce is now just in another tag team. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, at least something good might come out of it. It might result in Billy Kay actually getting some solo time to go off and do something. So it's kind of funny how the rumors were they saw something in Peyton, and that's why the Iconics broke up. But Billy might be the one that actually benefits the most. Lacey up in the corner. Peyton tags in, goes for the cover. Day SmackDown is supposedly the better show, but that only got 1 million. Yeah, but it was on FS1, wasn't it? And in fact, I didn't even see the rating. Was it only 1 million that it got on FS1? I think that they knew it was going to get a ratings hit, so yeah, that's an exception. It won't do 1 million this week if it's back on Fox. Although saying that, it's Christmas Day, so who knows? Who knows how many people are going to tune in? I honestly don't know what to expect. But if it's on Fox, I would still expect it to do over 1 million. But that's amazing. If it was 1 million, if it was that low, I hadn't heard that. Days for Christmas, I'm making my parents custom parents tag team belts with custom plates. And for my sister, I'm doing a sister's championship title belt. Lacey dropped down on the back of her head. Charlotte flips up. Charlotte in the ring now. Big chop to Peyton and again. Woo! Against the ropes. Peyton Royce gets caught. Backbreaker. Why did the Iconics have to break up? So sad. That's an increase over 880,000 from the other 2 times on FS1. What, compared to backstage? I don't know how... they have done SmackDown on FS1 before. I don't know how it compares to those ratings. Roll through. Ah, single leg Boston Crab by Peyton. Nice shoulder tackle. Lacey goes up to the outside, loses her footing. She lost her footing, Lacey, there, and fell to the outside. She manages to get back up. Asuka pulls her back to the outside and kicks her in the head. Sucks to be her. Samoa Joe for commentator of the year. Days WWE is like a toxic relationship that we've all got trapped into. No matter how offensive or abusive, we just keep coming back because we love wrestling. Yeah, it is true. It was actually 1.030 million. Figure 8. Peyton taps. There we go. Peyton taps. Okay, that's done. That's ended. Asuka, Charlotte, celebrate. She gives her that one. She's struggling to hold both belts. She's holding Charlotte's hand. And she's got the 2 belts in her other hand. Right, we're backstage with Drew, Keith, and Sheamus. That's our main event. We're probably a little bit... We've still probably got another segment to go. The figure 8 is impressive. Ryan Reynolds. Shout out to you, sir. Big Boy Dally says, this is the best Raw ever. Hulk Hogan. Ric Flair. The Big Show. Torrie Wilson. Tatanka. Jimmy Hart. Alicia Fox. Legends Night. 2 weeks. I'm really looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that. Mo Jones says, I always thought Billy was better than Peyton. Peyton was kind of bland when next to Billy. Yes. Torrie Wilson, yeah. That's going to be good. Days, if I show up to the Friday stream with an Asuka Christmas sweater...
Mo Jones is a legend.
If you show up,
they donated $5
subscribe.
via a super chat. I always thought Billy was better than Peyton. Peyton was kinda bland when next to Billy Emo.
Yeah, I think in the backstage moments, like interviews and everything, I think Billy was always came across as better, more entertaining. In ring, I think they're quite similar. Maybe Peyton has got the edge in ring, but Billy has got the edge on promos. As a team, I thought they were good. I thought they could have been booked better. But you could say that about literally everyone. Sapphire Avelia, get a shout out. Yes. Shout out to you. For those criticizing creative, don't forget everything has to be approved by Vince. Guys, he's straight up lost his mind. He's straight up lost his mind, Vince McMahon. It's gone. It is done. I just don't know. I can't even understand his thought process anymore, to be honest. 2021 will be the year of positivity. Yes. Yes. Shout out to you, dude. If I was to dip my D and B's in paint and wiggle on a canvas, would anyone buy it? Okay. Do you think Ricochet should join Ali? No. Do not eat electric wire. Is this where we are? Is this really where we are? Is this where we are as a community? We have to have these kind of conversations because the show is that bad. Is this where we are? Oh my God. How long is left? 34 minutes. We can do it. We can do it. Stay positive. It's a real grind, man. It is such a grind. I would have gone. I said this last week. I would have gone. There is nothing keeping me around. I don't care who wins this main event match. It's irrelevant. Who cares? I love Keith Lee, but who cares? Who cares? If Drew and Sheamus and Keith win, lovely, brilliant, well done. But if Miz, Morrison, AJ win, lovely, brilliant, well done. It means nothing. It doesn't mean anything. I don't need to see it. I watch so much wrestling. When I cry, wrestling comes out of me. Not tears, wrestling. I don't know how that works. But it's just like, and trust me, I cry a lot. I cry a lot at the moment. With the absolute nonsense that we have to sit and watch now. It's honestly at the point where I don't even think I'd be able to tell people that I'm a wrestling fan at the moment. I really am struggling to that level now. Normally, I could go in and be like, do you like wrestling? Yeah, I do, man. I do. I really do. Like, some really good stuff going on at the moment. You should check this, check that. Have you heard about this person? Have you heard about that person? Now they'd be like, you do a wrestling YouTube channel. No, I am a juggler. You're a juggler. Can you juggle these? I could juggle those, but I'm not going to right now. Because my juggling is so impressive that you'll just keep giving me things to juggle. And I'm not some performing seal. So, we're not, no, just leave it. So you're definitely not a wrestling YouTuber. Definitely. I do watch-alongs on a Monday night at midnight UK time and 7 Eastern. And if something happens to be on at that time, I watch it. That's my relationship right now with Raw. These are Monday night watch-alongs. And if something happens to be on at that same time, then so be it. Don't worry, after this, we've got 5 more Raws until the Royal Rumble. Titus is good guy. He is good guy. He is good guy. They just showed a little Titus thing. Juggling days. I can't juggle. Honestly, if I got into that conversation, I'd have to try and quickly reverse out of it. It's very interesting to see animals. I swear, William just has his own conversations. Maybe Roman could work both shows to help the ratings. One way WWE can increase ratings is advertise John Cena for next week. He could be there, but you just couldn't see him. At the beginning, I thought the show would be good. Sunny, shout out to you. Heather says Raw is group therapy. John says this is boring. I've started making banners. Austin says Days is sexy. Come on, guys. We've got Miz, Morrison. Call the USA Network. They love me. I don't think they love anything WWE at the moment. Right, AJ, Omos, Miz. Right. Is it main event time now? I think we're just going straight to this main event. Drew. Sheamus. Keith Lee. Versus Miz. Morrison. And AJ. There we go. USA Network is WWE. WWE's got an alcohol problem. Okay. Right. Drew's made his way down. Come on. Let's get into main event mode. Main event mode. Sapphire says that she loves Raw tonight. That's good. Hayden says it's time for the main event. USA are not mad at Miz because of Miz and Mrs. Does that get good ratings? I don't know how that does in the ratings. It keeps coming back, so I'd imagine it does. Monday Night Raw feels like a chore, says Noah. Right, Sheamus making his way out. Hated Raw tonight, says Texas New Fake. Raw is Raw. It's bad. It's bad. We all know it's bad. Well, some people enjoyed it, but... let's try and get into a positive mental attitude for this main event. I like Keith Lee. I like AJ. I like Drew. Sheamus is all right. I like Omos. Miz, I like his promos. Morrison, I don't know what they're doing, Morrison. But, come on, this could be all right. 27 minutes. Mr. Kitty says, imagine having to watch Raw by... I wouldn't do it. I would have gone. Straight up, I would have gone. I said this last week. I wouldn't have stuck this out. I just couldn't. Do bones grow back? They repair, don't they? So, yes. New USA Network might have wanted Miz to become the champion to boost their other shows' ratings. Another commercial break, yes. The questions being asked by the chat are extremely important. What are the questions? Febin, shout out to you. AEW has got picture-in-picture. To be honest, I don't know if I like wrestling. Come on, dude, don't get there. Don't get to that point. To be honest, I just don't even know if I like wrestling. Or is it Raw? AEW is boring. Raw is boring. NXT is boring. SmackDown is saving me. No. Wrestling is having an identity crisis. We said this before the show even started. It's trying to figure out what direction to go in the future. It's, I think, in quite a vulnerable place. I think it's got down to its core audience. It's losing people all the time. And it's getting down to its kind of core audience. And now they're trying to figure out how can they grow again? Where's the next explosion going to come from? And they're trying stuff. They're trying lots of different things to see what it could be. And as I said, that could create some really entertaining stuff, some very creative stuff. Could also result in some absolutely horrific stuff. So I think wrestling is going to be a real mixed bag for a while. But hopefully you just get more that you enjoy than you don't. And that's going to have to be how you look at it. Ring of Honor is worth watching, says Robin. Texas New Fake, shout out to you, sir. Are narwhals just ocean unicorns? Sure. Eva isn't a part of WWE. No, but we can survive it if when she comes, I'm mentally prepared. It's fine. When do you think Bray will return? I think he'll return Legends Night or at the Rumble. Yeah, probably something like that. When's the next Toy Hunt video? I don't know. Hopefully before the end of the year. Right, we are done with that commercial break. 24 minutes. That means count to 60 24 times, which when you say it that way, it doesn't really seem that bad, right? So it might go quite quick. Do you think Eva is Angel Garza's WWE girlfriend? That was the rumor, so let's go with yes. I wonder what, right, Raw Talk, Ricochet, Charlotte, Cedric, Shelton, all on Raw Talk. Raw was killed during the pandemic. New Japan is saving my life, says Brother Nero. Are we in agreement that Vince has gone senile? Guys, you are not helping me. You're not helping. They're enjoying some of the ringside snacks. Look at the WWE champion having a right little giggle. Here comes Keith Lee. Do you think Drew knew that he was on camera then? I'm not convinced that he did. Keith Lee jogging out. Jogging his way down, Keith Lee. Brilliant show. If you've not seen it, that 24 documentary show is brilliant. Check it out. Do you think Volta versus A-Kid will be at TakeOver? I think that is on the way, isn't it? A-Kid winning the Heritage Cup tournament and There was a promo between the two, wasn't there? I haven't seen that promo, but I saw pictures of them face to face. Do you like cookies? I love cookies, actually. Yes, I do. I do like cookies. I'm afraid we are, but just imagine what would it be like if we were on Cultaholic streams right now. I don't know. I don't know what their audience is like. I don't know if they'd be into it, or are they even streaming right now? I don't know. Do they do Raw streams? I know they do the pay-per-views. Don't know. Do you want Ricochet to join Retribution? No, thank you. A-Kid. Yes. A-Kid. There is a wrestler called A-Kid. Got to count to 60. 21 times I've got to count to 60 now. It's only been 3 minutes. Days, can you answer this? What animals mate the sexiest? I don't know. I've never watched them. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I'll have to watch some animals mating videos and get back to you. I'll say your mom. How about that? Days, do you think we'll see Funhouse Bray in the Rumble? He gets eliminated, and then we see the Fiend. Dude, we don't even need them even to be eliminated. They can do, like, holograms, editing. I'm sure there's a way that they could have both in the ring at the same time. Straight up, I'm sure there is. If it's going to be, like, a filmed one, I'm sure they could do it. In fact, you could do it if you had a hard cam on the ring and you kept it, and you said to a load of wrestlers, right, you've got to stay on the left-hand side and you have got to stay on the right-hand side, you would then be able to, as long as the background was the same and everything was the same, you would be able to have half of the ring from like one clip and half of the ring from another clip, and if it's the same image, you would not see where the line was. It would look the same. It would look like one ring. So you would be able to do it that way. That's how I would do it. Hard cam, don't have it moving, and just make sure that there's no crossing in the middle, and have like people fighting either side. And then you'd only be able to do it for a shortish time, because obviously then it would look weird why they're not mixing, but you would be able to do it. And then you could cut away, and when you go back, you're just back to that one. So there is a way of doing it. I'm even helping them with the nonsense now. Do you know what I mean? 1-800 nonsense. If you call 1-800 nonsense, I'll help you book nonsense. I'm so giving. I'm that bored. I'm even coming up with ways to book silliness. In comes the Miz. Sonny says, I want to get a disco head helmet. Yeah. What is the worst match for both AEW and WWE? I would say Stadium Stampede for AEW, because Matt Hardy changed clothes underwater. And maybe The Fiend changing clothes mid-match might be the worst. I would sooner take Goldberg beating Fiend clean over Fiend changing clothes mid-match. So I'd probably say those two. I could say like him getting burnt, but that was kind of... Was it after the match? I think it was after the match. I don't know. I don't know if you'd count it as one. Strikes to the midsection by Morrison. Kicks coming in. Sheamus going down. 17 minutes. Come on. We can do it. We can do it. Goldberg. Goldberg. Give my friend Jackie, please. I haven't got Jackie. Are you accusing me of having Jackie in storage now? I don't know your friend Jackie. I'm not holding a hostage. I know it's something I'm known for, but I am trying to change. It's going to be my New Year's resolution to not hold women hostage. Did you not like it when Jeff's face paint changed? No, I didn't. I knew that Days loved Goldberg. I didn't at the start of the year. I was so against that. I was like, man, that sucks. You know, I was into The Fiend, and I was like, why would you have Goldberg beat The Fiend? I mean, you can understand in the sense of what it meant for WrestleMania, but I was like, oh. But, no, in recent weeks, that's no longer my least favourite match. Drew down in the corner. Kicks coming in by Morrison. So we've got Drew in there with John Morrison. Dragon Screw. And Morrison, McIntyre goes down 16 minutes. Why are they tagging? I thought this was a street fight, says Lee. The AEW shows have got more highlights in 2 months than the Jags team do overall. I would be down for Goldberg to bury the Raw roster. Just have him come in and bury everyone. And then we just start again. Morrison gets thrown across the ring thanks to McIntyre and Keith Lee. Keith Lee's in the ring now. Into this guy. Come on, Keith. I need something. Days is bored. He's reading the chat. I like to try and keep up with the chat anyway. What kind of street fight is this? A polite one. A friendly one. This is a 6-man street fight. Shouldn't every man be legal? What does it matter? I don't understand. What do the rules matter? We saw a guy be burned alive. Why do you care if they follow the rules? What does it matter? Nothing matters. I'm having a crisis. I'm going through a crisis. Right, Sheamus, Keith. Come on. Linda is behind you. I think Drew is legit injured. Oh yeah, it might be Hat Kid. I've got A Kid in my head and everything's kicking off. Right, we've gone to commercial break. I'm getting to the point where I just want to tell my family I love them. I just want to be like, I just feel like I need to tell you that I love you. And if I've ever done anything wrong, I'm so sorry. It's like I feel like I'm being broken down. Being broken down piece by piece. Midlife crisis. Sonny, I'm there, mate. I've got there. This is it. The midlife crisis has happened. I'm going to go off tomorrow, buy a Jaguar. Not even a car. An actual cat. A big cat. Just going to walk around the streets with a big cat. This is all just a simulation. Nothing is real. New Japan is also having an identity crisis. Is it really? What's happening in New Japan? Is it having an identity crisis? I think wrestling. I genuinely believe wrestling is having an identity crisis. I genuinely believe that. I think 2020 is, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just messed everyone's head up. I'm going to destroy a bunch of furniture in my house. Don't do it, dude. Don't do it. It might be a release at the time. But afterwards, you know what I mean? I always, when people get so worked up, they throw like controllers at the TV. I've never been one of them people. Because like as soon as you settle down, all you got is a broken TV. So it's like, don't be that person. Come on. You don't need to do that. Just write a poem or something. I don't know. Someone asked me for a Dakota Kai background. Days, my friend Jackie is a boy and not a girl. And what did you say was known for? I don't know. Dre, I don't know what's happening. I I don't know what's happening. You've got me at the worst point in my life. This is the lowest I've ever been. This is, imagine a Raw where it's nothing but Eva Marie. That's what I think. That's where I am. That's what I think I've watched. That's what's happening to me. Jackie, my lad, shout out to you, yeah? You're a good guy. Shout out to you. Some people say you're the best man. But yeah, Jackie, keep it real. Don't worry, there's only another 145 hours until the next Raw. Oh, sweet relief. Sweet relief. I'm looking forward to SmackDown. It's so weird, isn't it? Like, SmackDown tends to be all right. SmackDown tends to be all right. Who do you think will defeat Volta for the NXT Championship? It's a good question. A-Kid could be the one. He's got a lot of hype at the moment, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who it should be. I can't give you a name because I don't know that there is one. He's just such a dominant champion. I mean, I love to see that anyway. I love to see champions having long title reigns because I think when they do lose it, it's such a big moment. It means so much more. Christmas night on Fox. Right, holiday street fight. Omeron says, I'm now talking to my pillows. Well, you might learn something. You might have some great conversations. Can someone spear me through a table? According to What Culture, Vince was going to hit the reset tonight. What if he did? What if he did hit the reset tonight and this was it? This was the reset. Okay, Sheamus and Drew are going to work together. Clubbing away on Miz and Morrison. What do you think of 3 title matches set for SmackDown? I'm looking forward to SmackDown. Keith Lee's got Miz and Morrison in his arms. Drives them into the edge of the ring. Jason P, shout out to you, sir. Dre says, I got a cameo video from Mick Foley, and he sung a song as Dude Love, the 12 days of Christmas. He loves Christmas, though, doesn't he? I should imagine he just sings all the time. Miz has gone into the Christmas tree, into the presents. If this is Vince's idea, then we're doomed! How much fish could Bobby Fish fry if Bobby Fish could fry fish? Days, what's your least favourite wrestler of all time? I don't know, dude. I just don't know. I would rather not be focusing on least favourite and stuff like that. I would rather be focusing on favourite. I mean, what's happening right now is I'm having an absolute crisis. I've been broken down to the point where I can't even, like, form sentences. I don't even know where to turn. I'm just in such a dark place. And you lot decide, I think this is the best time to ask him, what's your least favourite wrestling moment? What wrestler do you hate? What's your least favourite wrestler? What moment most underwhelmed you? What's the least favourite moment of your life? What's the worst memory that you've got? Oh my God, just give me some rest. Can't we talk about our favourite Disney film? I don't know. What's your favourite thing to put on a cracker? I don't know. Roll through by Sheamus. I thought this would be an actual street fight. What did you think that for? Why did you think it would be a street fight? Because they said it was going to be a street fight. They said this was going to be sports entertainment. I can't find the entertainment. And I'm struggling at times with the sports. Ah! Sheamus has gone through a table. Spear in the table. They're either checking on him or they're having a few of the sprouts. I'm not sure. It's a weird way to go through the table, wasn't it? It kind of looked like he went face first. Morrison dragging Sheamus. Yes, that's better, William. Who put the ram in the Ramalama Ding Dong? Oh, Ramalama Ding Dong. Reminds me of a band called La Tigre. I love them. They've got a line in a song. I think it's Decepticon. Where they talk about Ramalama Ding Dong. Days, who do you think should win if Rock Roman happened? Maybe the story could be Rock saying he is head of the table for the family, not Roman. Yes. Well, I don't even know if he should say he's head of the family, just to say, like, this family doesn't have a head or something like that. We're a unit. We're a family unit. We love and respect each other. You're jumping above your station, Roman, kind of a thing. So I think you'd go that way, and Rock would come in as the face. Roman obviously stays as the heel, and they have a match, and Roman would have to win. Roman would have to win. Days focus on Wrestle Kingdom in 2 weeks. Other than learning of the existence of gingerbread Oreos, this evening has been a disappointment. Days, I touched a rattlesnake today. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, AJ has got Sheamus down in the corner. Let's get Days to talk about SmackDown so he doesn't have to think about Raw. Yes. SmackDown. Christmas Day. Don't mind that. Not a problem. No issue. Should be good. Title matches. Roman story. Billy Kay. Some good stuff. There's a woman in the second row who appears to have the Portuguese flag behind her. I am a fan of flags. And straight up, I'm telling you right now, that's Portugal. Against the ropes goes Miz. Nice big hurl there by Drew. Drives Morrison back, throws him across as well. Lots of belly to bellies everywhere. Another one as well. Kip up by Drew. There's a few people wearing green shirts as well. I can't say I miss green shirt guy. Look at all these baby faces following the rules. Despite it being a street fight, it warms my heart. It warms the cockles, doesn't it? Shot to the knee by Miz. Spinebuster. 1, 2. Basement drop kick there by AJ. How is this a street fight?
Mo Jones is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. Look at all these baby faces following the rules despite it being a street fight warms my heart.
Jason, good night, dude. Good night to you. Give me the green light. Let's have a good time. A candy cane? It's not a candy cane. It's a cane that looks like a candy cane. It's a candy cane. And if only Kane was using it, could you imagine Kane with a candy cane? Oh, that would be good. That would have saved this Raw. Right, AJ about to get powerbombed through some biscuits. Oh! Is that eggnog? Eggnog's gone everywhere. Scenes. It is madness. Now it's broken into the much requested street fight. Throughout the table with food, damn through the table, a candy cane. Dana White has been banned from multiple casinos for being too good at blackjack. Is that true? Omos has got Morrison in his arms. They cut away! Oh, they botched that! Omos just... Oh, my God. Who was it that went through? Was it Morrison? Sheamus, bro kicks Keith Lee. Why? Why have you done this to us, Sheamus? Ah, why? Wow. Omos had, I think, Morrison put him through a table, and as he was about to do it, we cut away. And then they were like, oh, better go back. It's not like them to have production errors like that, is it? So, it's over. It's over. Sweet release. It is over. Oh. Nico guy says it's over, and now I'm even more bored. I don't know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm actually lost for words. I think if it, honestly, I have to say, if it gets to the point where you feel offended, you feel like you don't know if you're going to make it through the show, you know that you would have left, nothing matters. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. I mean, there's a street fight. It's not a street fight. Lights go out. There's a flipping playground in the ring. I mean, nothing matters anymore. Nothing matters. If you get to that point where nothing matters, why watch? And I'm at the point where it's like, I can. Do you know what? There is definitely better things that I can do with my life. Like, there's definitely better things that I can do. There's definitely ways that I can enjoy life more. And I think if you watch a show and those are the thoughts that are going through your mind, it's very difficult to sit here and go, I think that was 5 out of 10. I can't do that. I can't do that. I mean, I wonder if, I don't know how the show compares to previous weeks. I mean, what was on it? What was let's try and focus on the positives. What was good? What was good? There was something good. What was good? I'm being serious now. What was good? What was good? What was good? If you're giving it a score, tell me what was good. I'm trying to think what was good. The Miz TV was good. Miz TV, I was all right with that. Miz's promo was good. So Miz TV, Miz's promo. Alexa was trash. I mean, beyond offensive. So forget that. Miz's promo. Austin, dude. Tell me, dude. Miz, yes, Miz. Yes, everyone's saying the Miz. Everyone is saying the same thing. Miz is talking. Miz is pro. Yes, Miz was good. We know Miz was good. What else? Charlotte Asuka against Peyton and Lacey didn't do it for me. I mean, I wasn't offended by it. It was passable. But, I mean, it's not anything that got the pulse racing. I thought the promo at the start was not brilliant. Their little bit was fine, but then when they brought out Dana and all of that, Bro kick. Hurt Business. Miz was cancelled out by the lame main event. Asuka. Asuka's existence? Orton promo. Well, look. You know where I stand on this. I've said it so many times. And I understand that people feel different. So I get it. So if you liked it, that's fine. The big problem to me is if someone can be burnt alive in the ring after the match, then how can we sit here and question, well, why aren't they following the rules? Well, why do the rules matter? Why does anything matter if someone is allowed to be burnt alive in the ring? Why does anything matter if all of a sudden the playground appears in the ring, right? I mean, like, to me, it is incredible that that happened and we just moved on. A playground appeared in the ring with Alexa and we just moved on. We just accepted it. It's just a thing that happens now. That's wrestling. That's what we're getting. That happened and we just moved on. But how can anything matter anymore? So I can't count Randy's promo or because the promo turned into that. It's just nonsense. It's just absolute nonsense. It just undermines everything. And the more I get subjected to it, the more angry it makes me. And I really try to ignore it. And I really try to rise above it. But it's so offensive. It so goes against what wrestling was. With kayfabe and trying to keep up the pretense. And as we said, things move forward. But this is not a constructive way forward. Because again, what does anything matter anymore? It just undermines everything. And then, if you look at the rest of the show and you just go, what else was there? And we keep coming back to Mrs. Promo. So, there was Mrs. Promo. I think Asuka being on the show was a positive. I'm struggling. I'm genuinely... I mean, like, main event, the action was okay. I mean, if they hadn't have called it a street fight and maybe just called it a six-man tag match, then, do you know what I mean? Maybe we would have been a bit more accepting of it. But I think part of the problem was that it didn't matter who won. Granted, at the end, Sheamus has bro-kicked Keith Lee, but he could have done that at any point tonight. We didn't need that main event to have that moment. So, I don't know, man. I've got to go with my gut, and I think I'm going to say that this is a 2. I'll go 2. Go 2. I think it's the lowest rated Raw I've ever given it. And do you know what? I'm not even going to say it's the worst ever Raw. I'm just going to say that I'm really struggling now to... I think in the past few weeks, I have tried to stay positive and stay with the show. I really have tried because I'm fully aware that there's people watching that enjoy the Alexa stuff, the Fiend stuff, and all of that kind of stuff. And I'm trying to find the positives. I'm really trying to go, that's good, that's good, that's good. Okay, there's Summit here. We're about a 4, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I think I'm getting so beaten down. I'm getting to the point where I can't see it. I'm really getting to the point now where I just can't see it. I'm starting to lose steam with the actual show. Like, they are so... They need to change. They've got to change. It's just a really desperate situation now. It's a real desperate situation. So I'm hoping it's going to be a case that they're going to bring that change in. Because there's nothing here that suggests that if they keep going down this road, the ratings are going to change. The ratings are already at an all-time low. And we've just sat here and battled to get through this show. And I class myself as a really big wrestling fan. I mean, you know what I mean? We've got the channel. I've watched it for, well, since the early 90s and everything. And I just genuinely can't remember it being this bad. We are really limping our way through the end of 2020. So we just have to keep our fingers crossed that change is on the way. I just want to see them really making progress with the likes of Keith Lee. I mean, you could, in a way, argue that we've had that tonight, but I just think there were so many creative, different ways we could have got there, more creative ways that we could have got there. But if we're going to get like a Sheamus versus Keith Lee feud now, that might have come out of it. I'm fine with that. I think that's a nice opponent for Keith Lee. Sheamus is very hard-hitting, former world champion, someone that, you know, if Keith Lee can get the better of in a feud, I think that would be a good starting point. So I'm not down on that. I think that could be a positive that comes out of it. I think that Charlotte Asuka are building towards title match, and that was teased tonight. So that kind of comes out of it as well. Omos starting to get a bit more involved, starting to see him, you know, have that chair smacked across his back, and he planted, I think it was Morrison through that table. That was good. 2 weeks' time, we've got Raw Legends, so that's good. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. We're getting somewhere. Raw Legends in 2 weeks' time. I'm looking forward to that. That should be good. Again, I hope they use the Legends to enhance the current talent, because I do think there's lots of different ways that they can do that. And traditionally, normally, they don't do that. Normally, they distract. Normally, it's just there to get a ratings pop. It's just literally there to just, you know, literally do that for 1 week, just try and get some ratings. But something good could come out of it. Do you remember when Bob Backlund was with Darren Young? I'm not going to say that's a great example of a legend working with a newer talent, but it is an example of the kind of thing that could be done. Bob Backlund with Darren Young. So I'm into that. So, yeah, I'll have to see. Shout out to Chillin' with Dylan. Here we go. Harley says, Miz TV was good. The Orton promo was good. The main event was decent. Charlotte and Asuka versus Royce and Lacey was decent. Hurt Bros versus Hardy Bros versus Hurt Business was good as well, but that is it. Patrick says WWE is getting harder to watch. I think it's really important that we're clear that at the moment this is limited to Raw. I think SmackDown being 2 hours and with the Roman story is a much easier watch. So, yes, we have a crisis on a Monday. Yes, I get broken down on a Monday, right? If you want to watch a man being reduced to just the closest to a crisis that he can be, then honestly join us next week for Raw, because I'm pretty sure it'll happen again. But I don't feel that way about Friday, and I certainly don't feel that way about AEW. So I do think, and obviously we're just coming off a really good TLC. So TLC was, you know, it shows that it can be done. They can put together really strong cards, really entertaining shows. I just agree with what was said earlier, that I don't think any changes have been brought in for this show. I think this is the same as what we've had in recent weeks. The problem is I'm getting battered now. I'm getting really worn down. It's harder to find and see the light at the end of the tunnel. Joaquin says, do you think if AEW moved to Mondays, WWE would start worrying? Yes. Yes, I think they would. Because already AEW has started to beat Raw, or did beat Raw. It might not consistently do it, but it has started to beat Raw in that 1849 demo.
They donated $4.99 via a super chat. Days, do you think if you moved to Mondays, WWE would start worrying?
I think they would start worrying. I think AEW as a show that's been around for just over a year, I think for them to have started and already now be beating Raw in key demos that's on their radar. They are aware of that. So I don't even think it's got to move. I think if AEW can find a way of consistently being up with Raw, it doesn't even have to beat it, but just snuggle up to it on those key demos, there will be real panic going on backstage. I think there's real panic anyway. I think who knows how long that Legends show has been planned for? I don't know. Could have been something that they had planned for a long time. But who knows if that's not a reaction from last week? Who knows, like, them embracing this more supernatural side of things? If that's, you know, something that they've decided to try and, you know, jolt the product. It's kind of like, you know, when someone's, like, passing out, and they're passing out, and you have to get those things to put on the chest and just give them a jolt. I wonder if that's kind of what they're trying. I wonder if they're not scripting promos as much as well. These are the kind of things that I'm looking at going, is this what they're trying at the moment? Is this, I don't know. Or maybe they're just not trying anything at the moment and it's all going to come. It's all on the way. The big, more dramatic stuff is coming. I'm not too sure. I don't know. John says, tonight it felt like we were served lettuce. And someone tried to convince us we were eating salad, even though it didn't have a dressing. No croutons. No croutons. No croutons. Take this away. How dare you serve me a salad with no croutons? It's good to see that you're middle class like me. On Christmas Day, well, actually Boxing Day, I fully plan on eating smoked salmon. Days, The Miz and the Christmas trees were good. Heather says, I disagree, Days. I think Vince thinks that he and WWE are indestructible. He doesn't care what anyone thinks. But Spark says, go full dark side. Burn all the Fiend merch like you did with the microwave video. No. I don't want to do that because I'm very... When we do these streams and we talk, everything that we're talking about and saying is honest opinion, and it comes down to opinion, and it's, you know, it's all honest and it's all out there and it's all serious, and do you know what I mean? Like, I just tell you how I'm feeling and what I'm seeing and all of that kind of stuff, and I think there's quite a few of you out there that feel different, and I think there's a few of you out there that feel the same, and as we said, you know, we've spoke about that spectrum in the past. But what I don't want to do is kind of make light and make fun of, you know, where we are at the moment. Because I feel that we're not in a great place. Not us. I mean, Raw in particular. Raw is not in a great place. I'm just going to, right now, keep my fingers crossed that we can turn this around. Because those ratings can't keep falling. They can't keep falling. Like, if we've got to the point where USA Network now are coming out and saying, you've got to turn this ship around. Like, we're not happy. We need, you know, darker content. Darker content would be great. Would be great. Just please give it me within the realms of reality. Darker content would be really interesting. But I just ask that it's kept within the laws of physics. That's all I ask. I don't ask for much. I'm a simple guy. Hey? I'm a simple guy who has the odd multivitamin. And on Boxing Day is planning on eating some smoked salmon. WWE is having a little crisis. The creative team is running out of ideas. There's botches everywhere. Daniel says, a 2. Was it that bad? I didn't watch it. I don't know, buddy. I don't know. I think it was about the same as recent weeks. But I think the reason my score has gone lower, as I've said a few times, is just because I'm at the point where I can't see the good anymore. Before, I used to be able to sit and go, this was good, that was good, this was good, that was good. And don't forget, a lot of you out there have scored, say, the Orton promo or the Alexa segment. To me, that's a detriment. To me, that pushes the score lower. So for some of you, it pushes the score up. To me, it takes it down. So I'm just in a real bad place with Raw. It's one of my least favourite shows. It's such a shame because when I do start the stream, I do tend to think this is the week. And next week I'll do the same. I'm in an abusive relationship. That's what I'm in. At the start of tonight, I genuinely thought, come on, we're out of TLC. We're done. We're building to Royal Rumble. The world is our oyster. We can start some new feuds. We're going to be good. We're going to be gravy. They want change. So maybe we'll see some of that tonight as well. Charlotte's back. There's a few things going into tonight. I was like, I think we'll be all right. I think we will have improved on recent weeks. But to be perfectly honest, I think it's the same. I think if I was to score this with a level head, if you will, the same eyes as recent weeks, it'd probably be about a 4. But I'm just at the point now where I'm finding it harder and harder week after week after week to stay positive, to get through the streams, to, do you know what I mean? So, yeah. Days, in our parameters, darker but still realistic content would equal blood. Lots of Stone Cold Steve Austin getting busted open by Bret Hart levels of blood. That's not even what I need, to be honest. I'm not really someone that craves blood. I just would like to build up like someone like Keith Lee, build up someone like Aleister Black, like give them some wins, give them some momentum, and then collide them in a match where it's like, next person's going to get some big opportunities. You don't even have to say what those are. Just need like an Adam Pearce coming out saying the winner of this is going to get, some big opportunities. Don't need to say it's a title opportunity, but just like, they're really going to be in our thoughts. And you've got like 2 of the hottest guys, like in Keith Lee and in Aleister Black. And then that match means something, and you could have built it for a while. Do you know what I mean? You could have done that tonight. With Garza tonight, you could have had Garza against Drew Gulak. And you could have said, like, the winner is, next week going to go on to face the winner of this match and this match. And that person will very much be on our radar. We don't know if we can promise a title shot at this stage, but what we can promise is that the winner will very much be in our thinking. And all of a sudden then you're watching Gulak, Garza, you're watching this other match, sets up something for next week as well. So, do you know what I mean? Something comes out of that. And it's all logical. It matters. That's not reinventing the wheel or anything. That's just something I'd enjoy watching. That's just something I'd like to see. I want a mix of attitude and ruthless aggression here of WWE. Get rid of PG, please. Lister Jericho, we've had those conversations, dude. That's not a conversation that I'm looking to revisit just because we've had it on previous watch-alongs. Charlotte brings extra genuine star power, something that's been missing. I do agree with that. There has been a lack of star power. Ronda's return would do the same, yes. Rhea onto the main roster would also do the same. I'd give consideration to trying to sign Tessa. Don't know. I agree. I do think she brings some star power. Like when it's a Charlotte segment. I think the thing that Charlotte does bring is I think that that they're going to back Charlotte. When it comes to Charlotte, that she's in big segments. So as a result of that, that it's going to be a noteworthy segment. Other segments that follow after could very much just be throwaway, and we do get quite a few just throwaway segments. So I do agree that she does bring a little bit of star power, and what that star power brings is a potentially creative segment. So we'll have to see. I'm down for seeing her against Asuka again. I think that'd be good. Anthony says, can I get a shout out? Shout out to you, dude. Do you watch the ups and downs? They'll probably give it a brown down. I don't watch that now. I don't get chance or time. Omeron says, I really want to stop watching Raw. For months I've been disappointed. Stick with it. It's just, I think, a bad spell at the moment, and it's not even a bad spell. Look, it would be worse. It would be worse if we didn't know that USA had a word. Could you imagine if we were getting these kinds of Raws and everyone was just acting like this was great? This was the greatest thing since sliced bread. That would be worse. But at least we know that the ratings have fallen. USA Network is concerned. They want some darker content, more violent content, and you've just got to think that change is on the way. So, yeah, I think in 2 weeks we get the Raw Legends, and then after that we're going to get, hopefully, that change. So we'll have to see. Programmed for Damage says, does anyone else get the impression that Owens could easily pivot to become the next Austin? I don't know if it'd be easily, but I do think that he could have that kind of connection with the fans. I mean, could you imagine if Roman was, cutting a promo and Owens attacks him with, like, some kind of, outside lead pipe, something like this. Roman goes down, starts screaming into the camera, and I don't know, man. I think you could do some interesting stuff with it, and they might do because they are still in a feud. We've obviously got the cage match, which suggests that this hasn't run its course yet. But I suppose the concern is that it doesn't seem like the plans are going to be Roman versus Owens at WrestleMania. So it seems like this is going to run its course at some point. But no, I do agree that this you could do something. We've always said that you could always do more with Owens. I mean, I don't think there's anyone that would disagree. There's quite a few superstars you could do more with as well. There's a very long list of superstars that you could do more with. But yeah, I think it's great to see them doing something with Owens now. I think it's great to see that. There's also the issue of the pandemic. We've got to consider that as well. The circumstances of the year has made it hard to improve. That's true. That's true. I think as well where the pandemic has allowed them to not have a live crowd, that's allowing them to do the playground thing we saw today. So the playground thing you couldn't do normally because there'd be a crowd there. And so unless you're going to turn the lights off for a long, long time to the point where you're then going to construct a playground whilst everyone's just standing in the dark, you're not able to do that sort of stuff, which is why we've not seen that sort of stuff before. But they can do it right now because of the lack of live crowd. So maybe some of that stuff will settle back down again and we'll go back to where we were with wrestling once we get live audiences back. Where are we? 4 minutes and then we'll wrap up. Do you think AJ Lee or CM Punk will come back? I don't think so, dude. Do you think the overall Raw less time would change the ratings? I think that it would help if you cut out an hour of what we saw. Then if you took away the worst hour, then yeah, it would be a better show. Shout out to Roy Rees. Days after every Raw, I get a pint of ice cream and I tearfully watch Ric Flair versus Ricky Steamboat to remind myself why I love wrestling. We answered that one. Where are we? 3 minutes to go. Alexa was playing mind games with Orton. That did cross my mind that could be like a in his mind kind of a thing. But the commentators saw it, and it sort of implied that it was happening in front of them. So, do you know what I mean? It's not like it was on screen. It's not as if it's like, I think the way the commentators reacted was as if it was in front of them. This is the thing. This is what I've done in the past, is that I will have gone with that. I would have gone, okay, I can vibe with that. So maybe she'd got into his head and we somehow saw into his mind or whatever. And if it was done on a Titantron or it was a promo, whatever, right? One of them. I can vibe. But when it's in the ring and I'm meant to believe this is happening in front of people, in front of the commentators, that's, as we said before, everyone's got a line, and that's my line crossed. So, yeah, whatever. In my opinion, SmackDown is the best wrestling show right now. What is yours? Probably SmackDown. Loving Roman. Capsman says, I thought the commentators sold the Alexa Randy thing horribly. Shout out to Landon Wheat. Happy birthday, Roy Rees. I'm trying to see if there's any other questions. So I don't want to go without answering anything that I've missed. J14, good night to you. Crowbar or T-bar? Any bar at the moment. I would also believe that the commentators' reactions of the supernatural things are too vague. What doesn't add the excitement? What do you think about that? I don't know. I don't quite understand what you mean. Their reactions are too vague. I don't know. What is your favourite non-wrestling show? Oh, that's a good question. I really like Taskmaster. We spoke about that on the Wrestling Escape pod. It's just finished in the UK. I love that show. That's one of the only shows that I really go out of my way to make sure that I watch on a weekly basis. But it just ended. So I don't really watch that much, to be honest. For the first time ever, Roman is actually interesting to me in this current gimmick. Hello, Jesse. I didn't notice it was you. Callan Corner. Yeah, it's good. He's doing good work at the moment. Love that match with him and Kevin Owens. Thought it was really good stuff. Viewership numbers, will they be up or down this week? I'd imagine they would go up, actually. I would imagine they would go up because of the fallout of TLC. Hard to know by what or where. I'm not expecting 2 million, let's put it that way. I think it was 1.5 last week. I think I'm right in saying last week was the all-time lowest rating for Raw since 93, since like it started. I can't imagine. Honestly, I'm keeping my fingers crossed it doesn't stay at that level. I'm hoping that we can get it back up. So I am hoping that they get a bump from this. So I don't know, 1.7, something like that. I don't know what competition it's got tonight either. I'm not sure. Why do the commentators never sell how straight up crazy Alexa, Bray, Randy are at times? They are all acting like psychopaths, but the commentary act like it's nothing abnormal. Yeah, I mean that's just one of the issues. Is the fact that the lights go out, they come back on, there's the playground in the ring. The commentators go, "Oh my God, this is creepy," blah blah blah. Let's move on to Charlotte Flair. It's like, let's not. If we're doing this, like, let's do this then, shall we? If we're doing it, let's do it. If we're all in on this supernatural stuff, go all in. I mean, honestly, if I was a commentator on there and that happened, I don't know if I would quite easily be able to go straight over to Charlotte Flair. I'd have a few questions. I'd have a few thoughts. I'd have a few concerns. I'd want to be calling my loved ones. So, yeah. Maybe the commentary aren't helping matters, but it's a tough sell, man. It's a tough sell. Daze, do you think WWE might eventually just air Raw on the network? I suppose it depends what TV deals come in for this. If the ratings keep going down, they're not going to get that sweet bumper deal that they enjoyed before because it's not going to be worth it to the networks. But wrestling is valuable because it's regular content that's got a dedicated fan base. You can't find many shows like that. You can't find many shows that you can have 3 hours of every week and there will be an X amount of people that tune in. The problem is, as that audience diminishes, it becomes less valuable to the networks. And as it becomes less valuable, that's less money for WWE when the TV deals roll back around. The thing is, though, the networks aren't necessarily going to want to lose it either because that's a big slot. That's a big slot. Monday night, prime time, 3 hours that they've got to try and fill. And wrestling's not that expensive. It's a good deal, but it's going to cost them more to try and fill it with something else. Which is why networks have always enjoyed having wrestling around because it's, for what you get, relatively cheap compared to having to go out and, hire actors and come up with dramas and film and the process taking so long. This is regular content with a dedicated fan base. So I do think that I can see networks still wanting it, but maybe it won't be as bumper a deal. And I don't know if they would leave USA. I don't know. I think USA are going to be keeping an eye on this. I think we are getting to a point where we are now at a point where it's a concern for USA. And USA are now starting to have words with WWE and are now going to start giving direction. And I don't know. I don't know how long we can afford to stay with these numbers. But the fortunate thing is that the next pay-per-view is Royal Rumble. And we're not that far from WrestleMania. WrestleMania tends to be early April. So you would think that just naturally the numbers would improve. And it is true, December is always atrocious. So there's a few things like that that you can take into account. So, don't know, man. I think what frustrates me the most is this is one of the most stacked rosters they've ever had. If you just look at everyone they've got written down on paper, it's just a mouth-watering... so much stuff you can do. Like, creativity-wise, there's so much that you could do. The talent is exceptional. So I just hope they start digging into it. Hello, Wrestling News. I hope you are well. Asuka is amazing. She is very cool. That's why I loved Lucha Underground. They were all in on Supernatural. And this is my point. This is what I've said so many times, is that I think I would be into that. Because there is the agreement when you go into it that this is Supernatural. And so as a result, it's kind of like, I know what I'm seeing. I know what the universe is. If it's going to be a guy that can move super fast against a guy that's got superpower, that's on me. That's my agreement. I'm agreeing that, okay, I understand the rules. I'm going to watch your show. And I understand what I'm judging your show by. But with WWE jumping all over the place, you can't have that agreement. I mean, I love Roman Reigns against Kevin Owens. So, like, you know, I tune in for the pay-per-view for that. I loved Drew McIntyre against AJ Styles, so I tune into the pay-per-view for that. I'm loving what they're doing with Keith Lee. His documentary on the network was incredible. The agreement that I have with WWE is you're going to give me that kind of content. Now that they're starting to stray and bring in elements that I don't enjoy or don't want in WWE, this is where it's harder for me. But with Lucha Underground, yeah, where that was all out Supernatural with... I don't know if it was Supernatural. I'd love to sit down and watch it and understand it better. But they had a lot of, like, backstage stuff where it was kind of like... I think it was mythology. I don't know if that's kind of the right word or not. But again, that's the agreement when you go into it. You know what you're watching. You know what it's all about. I accept play. Because if you don't want to watch it, just don't watch it. But with WWE, what with it being a little bit of everything to everyone, it's not... I don't know if it's really catering to anyone. Do you know what I mean? If you're into the Supernatural stuff, you ain't getting much of it. You're getting one segment a week. If you're not into it, then you're going to have to sit through that segment. If you're into lucha wrestling, you might get a little bit of that. If you're into cruiserweight wrestling, if you're into, I don't know, if you're into comedy, you get a little bit of that. If you're into serious stuff, you get a little bit of that. If you're into Supernatural, you get a little bit of that. It's like a little bit of everything for everyone. But overall, I don't know if the show really knocks it out of the park for anyone. So, don't know. We'll have to see. Right. We're done. We are done. We went a little later than I thought we would. But, yeah, I am looking forward to SmackDown. And I am looking forward to AEW. And, of course, we've got a big Wrestling Escape pod coming up as well. So, massive shout out to everyone that joined us. Appreciate the support. We got through. If you enjoyed the show, if you was one of those giving it 8s, 9s, 10s, we had some 10s, then I genuinely am really pleased that you enjoyed it. If you struggled, I'm there with you, right? We got through. So we've got SmackDown coming up as well. So shout out to everyone that joined us. Much respect. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.